All right, folks, welcome back to No Glitch Allowed 2025. I see we got the Podgers in chat. We're all super excited for this. It is our final run of the event. It is Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix by the one and only podgy713. Let's keep those donations coming in. Let's get to $3,500 so we can see that Sephiroth fight. Let's go, Podgy!
All right, hello everyone. I'm Podgy. I am a Kingdom Hearts 2 speedrunner. I'm going to be doing some Gold Crown here with my commentator AA Dewey. Dewey, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing well. Excited to be here. Excited to finish off this awesome event. This has been an awesome half of a week, and we're just going to get started, and we'll talk about everything once we're actually in. All right, I'm ready when you are, Dewey. You good? Count us down.
Let's do this.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, for those who have not seen Kingdom Hearts 2, you are in for a treat of a run. If you're familiar with Kingdom Hearts at all, this has got to be one of the most dynamic combat systems in the entire series. We're not going to be seeing too crazy of a thing, but this is not just a glorified tutorial. This entire thing is one of the most optimized pieces of a section in most of the game, especially by Podgy. Podgy has put in more work than almost anyone I know in just the section alone. Here we just picked up our weapon, which all that really does is give us a strength up, which obviously we're going to be pushing our strength as much as we can because that's the most stats that we can really get much of a benefit out of. Though I will say this run in particular is one of the only ones that will be buffing up our magic at some point.
Oh.
Ooh.
That's okay.
Okay, so yeah, so the RNG minute, unfortunately, Podgy did mess up a few inputs there, so I'm not sure what you're going to be getting from this dusk.
I've been a long time since I messed that up.
But that's only going to affect this dusk and then the next one, and then you can react to station as best you can.
Exactly. It's fine.
No big deal here, though. That actually does throw off the entire run. Actually, that was very similar. It just got the same one.
I think we're fine. We might be
Yeah, never
fine.
punished. You got the same RNG. So we're just going to be doing a few short mini games, effectively, just to get through this part of the tutorial. And from there, it's going to be a chunker combat, then a lot of running, and then we're just going to keep moving on forward. So a bit of an explanation on the actual category we're doing here. This is Gold Crown on beginner mode, but do not be fooled that this is an easy category because it's on beginner. Beginner is entirely the nicest thing about it is just that you don't need to focus as much on being a one-shot or anything like that in critical mode, but we do the most damage that we possibly can of not even that much different, but this entire thing is incredibly optimized. God.
It's all good. Yeah, we're talking through all this just because honestly, this game starts out basically like a slice of life, like JRPG, but then it like just weird things just continuously happen. If you want to know all the lore, play the game. I'm not gonna. We've talked about the lore a lot in other past events. Dewey has like been my main commentator for events for the last like year and a half. So like, I don't know. We change things up a little by little, but overall, it's been the same. Yeah, it's the same RNG.
Yeah, you actually just got it the same thing, which does make sense.
It makes sense.
I could explain this, but no one cares.
Yeah, exactly.
about this is just, if you let Podgy and I nerd out about things like this, this will be the rest of the run. We will just be talking about that one piece of fight.
Yeah.
You make it sound like that's a bad thing.
You know, for some people, maybe it's not. If you're like me and you got that type of brainworm when it comes to this stuff, then you might find it as interesting as I do.
The problem is there are like, it's really cool, but we have so much to talk about.
There's so much to talk about.
So
what is so nice though compared to usually Pod just runs any percent on these. We have double the amount of time to explain everything we need, so we can pump the brakes whenever we need. But we're going to be approaching Twilight Thorn here, which is this game's version of like Darkside, which is like every one of these games has a really big boss version of whatever the usual enemy we're going to be seeing here. In this case, be nobodies. So this is going to be a little bit of a short minigame segment of introducing reaction commands, which is whenever Podgy will press triangle to do a very specific maneuver, depending on what enemy he's fighting there. So Rick's got a bit of downtime while waiting for this, but this is also an incredibly optimized fight, especially by Podgy himself, having found a couple like 1 second time saves just to
they add up.
The early game. They really do, and the early game is brutal. Like it's beginner mode, but beginner mode compared to the other main category, which is critical mode, is, in my opinion, has a much more brutal early game because there's a lot more things out of your control.
That's
Whereas
a good way to
critical
put it, yeah.
mode, well, the mid game I would say is much harder on the harder difficulties of these games, but the early game I would say is actually pretty comfy on on critical mode. But
All right, quick time events
about
over.
that
Time for
difficulty.
battle.
Podgy's gonna do 4 quick combos, then 1 extra hits. Nice. It can be really difficult to get those short hops.
Let's go.
All right, that's a perfect fight. It is so incredibly difficult to get those last 3 combos in time. If he was a hair later, then he would have gotten hit out of it, and he would have lost a few seconds just trying to scramble to get that last finisher. Every boss in this game, you do need to do a finisher to actually end, and there are some ways we get around that with certain things that count as a finisher, namely magic and some abilities that we can get. But for the most part, you have to finish the combo you're on to finish the boss.
All right, first run killer up.
Yep. Hainer is our #1 op in this entire run. So these are struggle fights where you can either complete the fight by just running out of time and having more orbs than your opponent, or if you get all 200 orbs, which means 100 from you and 100 from their opponent, then it does end the fight immediately. For Hainer here, we get him locked in this corner, and we try to just catch the orbs we're getting from him.
Oh, he's gonna grab that one.
The
Yep.
way these orbs, the way these orbs fly is entirely RNG. So if this keep flying back at Hainer, you just have to keep doing this until it works.
So
A 36 is not
yeah,
great.
I wasn't expecting it to get an overswing after that overhead swing after that parry. I thought I was gonna get a lunge, so I already mashed out the second hit, so I had to do a finisher. It's all good. VV.
I will say no. BB is one of the most consistent fights. Like there's a bit of RNG with the way the orbs will fly no matter what, but the actual strategy here is it's barely changed in years.
Yeah,
Like,
actually.
honestly, like a decade. Like this fight has not changed. I think genuinely since especially as long as I've been watching Kingdom Hearts speedruns, which I've been in this community for 10 years.
It's
now.
the same on 2 English, the original version of this game.
Yep. That's the fun version about this game is that there are like 4 or 5, 6 different versions, and a few of them are no different. Then a few of them are every single one is different. So with completely different speedruns and a completely different hardware, but we don't have time to get through any of this. We're already on to the next fight. This is Axel. This is also a fight that is pretty cookie cutter, but if you make one small mistake, you're gonna be scrambling to get those hits back. They're doing a technique there called guardless. For the longest time, we were using guard there, which makes this fight a cakewalk, but if you can position yourself right, you can get up against the wall, which makes it very easy to walk out of the way there. So very well executed by Podgy.
Now we got everyone's favorite Final Fantasy character, Setzer.
Yeah, this one's a little harder. Podgy.
What?
So when you attack him, he retaliates. You need to get out of the way of.
What do you mean?
No,
But I'm
not
jumping.
into him. No,
But I'm jumping. What? That's getting out of the way.
Jumping doesn't always work. You need to jump away from him.
but what if I go like this? Hold on. Oh, no, that didn't work either. Okay,
that maneuver is not working.
Hold on.
We talked about this in
Crit,
practice.
oh god,
I don't know what's supposed to be going on here. No,
Crit,
no,
no.
no.
I can't do it.
You're already down
Oh
a lot
my,
of orbs,
oh
and
my,
you're about to
oh my
die,
god, oh
and
no.
Podgy, on the marathon, really?
Oh man.
Throwing the run.
Okay.
Shake my head.
His life's a chicken pot pie and everything.
Everything. Oh,
Anyways, that is a fight we're rooting a bit. That is a fight that you can win or lose because lore-wise, Setzer likes being the champion of this tournament and will give us a medal and pay us to lose. And in that case, the medal gives us a strength up, whereas the thing we get from winning is just a piece of armor, which is not a bad piece of armor because resistances go a long way, but in this case, strength is going to help us every single fight going forward. It makes a big difference even right here.
It's really going to come in handy to have all that strength if we hit that Sephiroth incentive, huh?
That's
Absolutely.
We hit $3,500 to do that.
That's a break your immersion. I think we might be below the floor for that. But anyway, like...
Don't tell them that.
I know. Which I will take this opportunity to actually talk about this game. Every single fight that you enter and every single world that you enter has a damage floor, and in the early game you can expect that sometimes you're going to be below that floor, which it means that there's a maximum or a minimum amount of damage that you will always be doing, so you're not just doing chip damage. Beginner, we don't have to worry about that quite as much until like the late game, and especially the end game of this category. We're going to be having to deal with that on every fight, because super bosses expect you to be level 99. We are not going to make it to level 99, at least today.
Spoiler, we will be level 49 for the super bosses.
Yes. Which will make most of the game will stay either around or over the damage floor, but it's not really a big deal. We do enough damage, and also these fights are optimized enough where we make good use of the damage that we're doing. Now, this is a fight that also, bad RNG. There's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors, as Podgy refers to it, with this fight, where Shadow Roxas will either do an overhead swing, we'll do a side swing,
or do nothing.
Or nothing. Yeah, I was gonna say or do nothing. Two of those things allow you to do the strat that Podgy is doing right now. But unfortunately, when he did the one of three, he gets parried and loses a couple seconds. But
no big deal.
It's the same amount of time you lose from not doing the strat. So
exactly.
Not a big deal. There's a much safer strat which has you start with a ground combo, but
who needs that?
Here, this game is called Try Not to Crash, and there is a crash in this minigame that is in every version of this game since the original release on PS2. 20 years ago now.
Yep.
And as long as you do not mash triangle, you can't hit it. But
it's two ways. Try not to crash the game, and also try not to crash into the trash cans.
That's true. Or if you're on a bad run, it's try to crash, save an excuse to reset. But
not in a marathon.
I digress. Are you sure? We're the last run. We're not waiting. No one's waiting on us. We can start again, right?
We got all the time in the world to stall and hit that 3,500 and get that Sephiroth fight.
Exactly. It's for charity, Podgy.
Yeah, throw for charity. Actually, that's a great idea.
Yep. It's just like your streams. We just stay in Roxas world for the rest of the day.
Hurtful but fair.
Don't worry, it's every age speedrunner.
Oh my god, this is why we have beef. For those who don't know, for the longest time there was a running joke that Dewey and I hated each other because he's a rando player and I'm not, and I'm a regular speedrunner. So yeah.
See, the thing is, when I start a rando run, I know that I'm gonna be finishing it, and I don't have to reset it. So,
ooh, shots fired.
Shoot. I'm not even out of Roxas, man. I have 4 more.
You're right.
I've got 4 hours.
I gotta save some of these strays until later.
Oh my god. Anyways, back alley.
No. I will say, quick plug. The KH2 rando community has been going strong for 5 years. So. That's definitely what I'm known for. Yo, good RNG, good spawn.
Perfect fight, yeah.
You ended up in an interesting corner.
I like being there because even if I don't get a good spawn on the assassin, I can do a full combo because he'll just go into the corner.
Well, there you go.
Also, shoutouts to everyone who donated for JP Voices, because that's how I normally run the game now. I have for, I don't know, like 10 months now. It doesn't affect the game in any way, shape, or form, other than cosmetically, all the voices are JP. It doesn't make the game faster, because everything is still baseline the English game. It's fun.
Well, what if the battle lines are faster? Then can't you do the fight faster if they get the
that's
talking out of
not
the way?
how that works.
Oh, well. I assumed that was the time deficit between our runs.
That
Was from me playing on
well,
English.
you should run on JP then.
Well, then the whole ruse goes
Well,
away.
That's right. I'm calling out your bluff. That's the point.
So we're gonna be leaving Roxas World here, or Simulated Twilight Town, as some people call it, or Podgy calls it Data Twilight Town.
That's right. It's Data Twilight Town.
We're gonna be doing simulated organization at the end of the run, and
Okay, I need a new commentator. Hey Bonnie, do you want to learn the entire game real quick and help me?
Oh my god,
Bonnie's got time.
this beef is so real. Chat, what's your favorite kind of beef?
Oh my god.
I like a good burger.
I'm a steak guy myself.
How do you like your steak
rude.
cooked?
As legally rare as possible.
So you don't want to be able to find it.
Oh yeah. I like to go on like a safari out in the outback, find the wild buffalo out there, and just take it down myself. Just eat the whole thing.
There we go.
Unhinge my jaw like a snake.
I would say we're talking over a really technical
Oh yeah, my bad.
which Podgy was absolutely throwing, but we at least have this fight that's incredibly consistent. If Podgy loses time, we do need to get a new runner.
Yeah, this is a scripted fight.
Yeah, it is. The only way you could genuinely mess up is that fire from spawning the floor at the very beginning of the fight can clip you. Depending on the direction the Axel moves. But unless that, like, 1 in 50 happens, you will have the exact same time fight every single time.
Yeah, so we're done with Roxas. Well, in a few seconds, we have to walk past all these pods that have no relevant significance whatsoever.
Those boots are made for walking.
And all of a sudden, we have Sora, Donald, and Goofy.
Yeah, which are occasionally useful.
They get more useful the less I make them do.
That's true. They do get the more useful the less control you give them. I would say, as most parties are in most RPGs. The more control you have over them, the more useful they are.
We do need them to do some work in this next fight.
But we want them to kind of do no work also.
Yeah, we want them to do work.
Just the right amount of work.
We want them to go away and do things and stay over there.
Yeah, we don't want them to get any overtime. We can't afford it. So we really want them to do just the right amount of work.
Well, that's just... okay.
They're only keeping their one dusk in the corner. That's
this
fine.
is good. This is good.
Yeah, that's good. So this fight on most, or not only most, just critical mode, which is most people are going to.
Donald, you're a
be more
mage.
familiar with, so it's what I'm compared to. He said the thing. This fight on these lower categories, instead of being able to die, well, you can do a few different things to end this fight. You can either die, or you can do 100 hits, or I think wait a minute 20. If I remember
minute 20
correctly.
or minute 30, I can't remember. It's been a while.
Yeah, something like that. So we're gonna be able to hit count as the. We probably could die quick enough, but this gets us so much experience in the early game that it would not be worth the amount of time we might be saving. So this fight is very technical, and not only hitting hit count quickly, but also hitting a very precise amount of experience where we're not over leveled, which we're kind of under.
I'm 3 under leveled. I was trying to do a full combo there, and I did a double hit, but it didn't matter, so it's fine. It'll take a little more time to kill shadows right here, and it's fine because we'll get our XP back later.
I'm sure a full combo will kill.
A full combo will kill a shadow, yes.
Yeah, so you can do that. It'll make 3 of these shadows harder to kill, and then we're fine. It is better to be underleveled than overleveled, based on a strategy that we'll be doing later in Land of Dragons.
See, like, we're already back to normal.
Yeah, we're already back to normal. These fights used to be, like, really frustrating, but there's actually a decent amount of optimization, or at least one optimization fairly recently in the past year, which was, I think KBM found the shadow spawn, right?
Yeah, I think it was KBM, and it's just killing 2 shadows spawns the remaining shadows on the second wave.
Yeah, a really specific, you kill 2 of these enemies and it spawns the next wave earlier, so that there's a chance that they'll swarm around you. Because the earlier you spawn them, the more likely they are to approach you instead of you having to go chase them down. Or that Donald and Goofy might just kill them, which is what we want here. This is the fight that we want them to do the most work.
Yeah, and they did their job. You can only optimize so much. Shadows will still be shadows. And shadows were shadows, but Donald and Goofy did well.
Yeah, this fight, really you need them to kill, like, a couple enemies in the first wave and 1 enemy in the last wave, which will take care of the rest. We also have another cosmetic thing that you might see there. You probably don't even notice the difference there, but there was a recolor done when the original Final Mix version of Kingdom Hearts 2 was released, which changed a few Heartless colors and a few bosses, and Podgy actually prefers the originals, and there was a mod made that restored those textures, so we're playing with that. So I definitely prefer the original soldiers and large bodies, especially.
Yeah, I grew up playing the originals of these games, so when I played Final Mix, I said, what the heck.
We will be seeing another texture change in a couple moments here.
Yeah, I like the whole PC modded stuff. We'll go into PC modded a little bit more shortly. I'm playing on PC. And it allows me to have Sora look pink.
Yeah, which you can't tell, of course, on the layout that you're seeing on stream today, but Podgy's layout is very pink.
Yeah, in my normal stream, yeah. No glitches allowed did not change their layout to pink for me.
Yeah, we did ask.
No, we didn't.
But I did make this mod for Podgy and a few others to give him the pink vibes that he wants.
Yes.
Because we're all here for vibes tonight.
Speaking of pink, Valor Farm.
Pink vibes.
Yep, there's another one.
But yeah, no, Dewey made all these for me, and they're amazing, and yeah, I appreciate people who make mods and stuff like this.
So shout out to Ragnar for teaching me how to make
That's
these.
just not fair.
I've never seen this fight go this way. Oh my
god. I'm
God.
dealing with the nonsense, it's fine. Yeah, that sucks.
That must have been like a 45.
That was worse.
That was like a 48.
47.
We have time for a quick donation, perhaps?
Yeah, we've got a little bit of movement
Absolutely,
here.
yeah.
All right, we have $5 from TFT, had to donate towards defeating Sephiroth. Thank you to everyone for an amazing event so far, and looking forward to this final Kingdom Hearts 2 run.
Thank you, TFT.
And that is right, we need to get another $425 if we're going to see that Sephiroth fight at the end of this run here. So let's get your donations in right now. ! Donate in chat. Let's do it for the pups.
Shoutouts to Bird Game.
I was like, shout outs to TFT, did a very, very good run of Death's Door earlier this marathon. Another game that I speedrun.
Yeah.
Which is the usual thing that Podgy's watching while he's playing this game, is me playing that game. Because I did take a little break from this game for a little bit to migrate over to Death's Door because I fell in love in that speedrun as well.
Security system was rude there.
At least Leon remembers that he has a sword. Yeah, Leon is the genuine boss of this fight. We'd prefer if we could just fight him instead. If he was targetable, we'd kill him so much quicker that he'd help us.
I'm just gonna wait. Yeah.
Oh, so that is a recurring theme in a lot of the Kingdom Hearts games, and especially this one, that when you have NPCs fighting you, they're hurting you more than they're helping you.
That's
Except for in FF fights. They're great there.
They can be.
Tifa's usually nice.
Tifa can...
And Cloud.
Both of them can be bad, but most of the time they're good.
And Leon's much better at fighting shadows than he is at fighting samurai.
True, especially because he already has his powered-up gunblade.
Yes. Leon will. Hey, what the heck? You're supposed to be doing a gummy mission.
It's not a glitch, it's a mod, I promise. No, PC modded allows us to skip the gummy missions. It saves for any percent 25 minutes for all worlds. I forget exactly how much it saves, but it's
two more gummy missions, so it's another
9 minutes, 6 minutes. It's worth it though, because then we get more time to do actual things. Oh, Shadow.
Sorry, gummy fans.
I was gonna say, unfortunately, if this was like Kingdom Hearts 1 or 3, then gummy missions are fairly interesting because they can be made faster. But in this game, they are entirely auto-scrollers, so
yeah,
we like to cut the fluff best we can. There's a couple other mods that are permitted in other categories, like especially in like level 1 data org, you can skip the dome on finals on this, which is really cool. But hitting level 2 there, which when you hit the next level of a drive form, which I guess I haven't explained drive forms yet.
Yeah, we have not. We can do it now.
Yeah, I would say drive forms are when you combine the like energy of Sora and any of his party members. Valor using Goofy, so you do lose that party member while you're in the form, but in that case, because it's Goofy, it's a more strength-based form. We can't use any magic in it, but we have a second Keyblade to use, which boosts our strength the amount of that second Keyblade. So it's very nice and is very effective for especially bosses in the early game, but more importantly in the early game we use it for our movement. Because as you can see, Sora does not run very quickly. JP Strats, let's go. Shout out to Lobby.
Shoutouts to the JP Kingdom Hearts 2 community for making Mission 3 somewhat more consistent. As consistent as you can make shadows.
It feels so placebo sometimes.
Yes.
I will say, Podgy's also doing another optimization from fairly recently of doing the third mission before the second. Which is a level 1 routing, right?
Yeah, it is. It falls victim to the same problems, yeah, but it makes for a cool mission too if you do it right. So, give and take, yin yang.
I'm unconvinced, yeah, but it definitely is cool.
That stinks. Okay.
But yeah, when we level up each of our forms, it does make the form last longer, because you can see a gauge like on the bottom right UI when we're in our forms, but when you are in the next level, it just makes it last longer, so you can spend more time in that form.
You're one hit.
And it does usually come with some ability, or usually comes with something extra to give to base Sora as well. In this case, the second level of each form is always only just the auto version of that form, which is an ability we will not be making any utilizations of.
Precisely, yeah. That form, at least in Gold Crown, comes in handy because we do need high jump later. But
need is such a strong word.
It makes Lingering Will easier.
Just don't use the Air Combo Plus.
But shut up.
So why do you need a cheat strat to become easier? We're already cheating. Come on,
dude. If oh my god, it would have. One day I will learn the better strat. One day.
What? Berserk Hori?
Well, not Genie Hori, but yeah.
Genie Hori would be crazy in this category.
That is our only option because we don't have Berserk. So maybe one day.
This route sucks.
Bonnie, have you learned this category yet?
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Okay.
So this is the cave fight. We have a few Assault Riders here, which Assault Riders we haven't explained yet. But I've explained every single enemy, but that is simply like, there's usually one big enemy to each world that you have to worry about.
The Shadows know
Assault
this is a marathon.
Yeah, the Shadows are much more concerning. Yeah, at least we don't have the audio issues.
Of course I dropped that. Hold on, I can just do this, I think.
Yep.
Oh, you're one hit.
Yep.
If I did a finisher, if I did hit, like blank hit, then it would have been fine.
So we're going to be approaching the summit fight, which is a timed fight which whenever there's a timed fight, we'll be doing our best to get experience if we can, because there's no way to speed it up, so might as well make good use of it. In this category, and more recently been added to critical mode as well in the past year, we're going to be using experience boost, which when we're below half HP, we do get double the experience. And so Podgy will be trying to like juggle his HP in a way so that he's not going to die, but that he is always below that threshold if he can help it. Because that does make a big difference if you can get these bolt tower kills with experience boost. Unfortunately, these rapid thrusters do drop HP in sometimes pretty unpredictable ways.
Yeah, I'm okay for now. I'm gonna be doing this one, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah.
No more high ground?
Yeah.
I'm out of touch.
Well, it works if I get speed traps, but I'm not. There we go.
Let's say the day after the Revenge of the Sith 20th anniversary? Come on.
Okay.
Okay, so we are at the threshold now,
Yeah.
as far as our experience we're concerned, is below 500 XP till the next level. We're now at the right threshold to do another XP boost strat coming up, which
Comfortably,
is
yeah.
another huge optimization that was utilized, especially by Podgy. There's been quite a few optimizations using experience boost in recent year.
Yeah, there's all these, like, XP thresholds that felt unattainable for a long time without, like, risking things, but we collectively, as a community, have gotten good enough where I felt like we should be pushing the limits, and now everyone who... People are starting to realize, like, yeah, this is easier than we thought, and it's because, like, we all know better now. So, yeah.
Is that route actually faster?
A little bit faster, yes.
Okay.
A little bit of movement tech. I am mad. Never mind.
Yeah, how did that not reach?
Target switch. So, it didn't reach because that bolt tower is rude. But also Mulan, like...
Real.
Mulan hit the bolt tower and made me have to wait.
Wait, Ping was Mulan?
I'm not gonna get into that.
Chef's Mulan, great movie.
Great movie.
This whole time? Hey, there's a bird. It's like Death's Door.
Shout out to Death's Door. I've never played it, and yet I know, like, everything about it.
You don't know the lore.
I know most of the lore. I don't know what happens after the any %, but I know that stuff exists. Is that good enough?
I bet you do. I bet you do.
Listen, I'm not gonna... even TFT said, go play the game if you want to know the lore. I'm not gonna spoil the lore in a Kingdom Hearts...
Play the game.
I'm getting bullied.
Yeah. You said you play the game.
I said I'd play the game.
I've been waiting patiently.
You have. I apologize.
We're gonna go to Olympus Coliseum.
Welcome to All Bullies Allowed 2025.
Heck yeah! Oh, this is my place.
Oh. Oh my god.
So we had a bit of a world shift earlier. We at the very beginning we were able to choose to go to Beast Castle or Land of Dragons, and those are around the same battle level. When we finish Land of Dragons, we get the choice again, but then we get choice of Olympus Coliseum as well added to that.
Yo, JJ?
The game doesn't really expect... Yo, let's go. Switching to JJ. Waiting synth item drops. No, the game doesn't really intend us to go to this world second, because the battle level is much higher. So, but that because of that, we're able to get a much better reward out of it and more experience from the fights themselves, because there's a bunch of mob fights in this world, but Beast Castle doesn't really have almost any, so anything we can do here can speed up Beast Castle so much more than the other way around.
And you will see the reward of that once we get through this. Like, we zoom through Beast Castle. Both times.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Beast Castle is a cakewalk because of the...
Can I ask something?
Yeah, go for it.
Yes, of course.
So do you guys like trains?
Love trains.
I love trains.
You love trains. You know,
Yeah.
I'm quite a train fan myself. And if I put my ear down on the ground and listen on the tracks, I think I can hear one rolling off in the distance. So, chat, if you are like us and you like trains, and I see there are enough passengers here to easily donate $5 each, and with that, we would easily blow past our goal of $3,500 to get that Sephiroth fight. I think Sephiroth might be conducting this train himself. I don't even think he has a license for it, but there he is. So if you want to see him, fight, and in addition to driving that train, let's get those donations in now! ! Donate in chat.
Yeah, that is definitely one of my favorite fights, so it is a treat to watch.
There we go.
It is a spectacle.
That was
I would say, and back in the day, that was the only post game we had in Kingdom Hearts 2 was that fight and Hades Paradox. But this category adds another 14 bosses to that post game, so we're in for a treat either way.
Hold on, I'm nonverbal for a bit.
So, that's okay. Well, so I'll just explain a bit. This is Hades Escape, which is on higher difficulties a very scary fight to die during. This is a very scary fight of just trying to do quickly. We're using experience boost, as you can see here, and we need to let Auron not ruin everything by if a party member takes a kill from you, that doesn't help us with experience boost, so we would lose the amount of like half of the experience we have available. So
That was weird.
it can be really detrimental.
It's fine, it's fine. They should all die, maybe? Okay. You're 1 HP. Okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
I knew that was gonna happen. I could see
I saw it too, I was hoping not, but we need to be within 51, so we're fine. We're at 50. So as long as Auron does Divider, good job, Auron. Guys? Okay.
Like I said, Auron's useless. So we just got level 14, which is a level we're not supposed to hit, at least according to us, like a year ago, until the end of this world. So that gave us a strength increase that we did not know that was remotely attainable here. So that's going to make Cerberus, this upcoming fight here,
Until I
significantly
brute
faster.
forced our way into doing it on accident. I legitimately discovered this route on accident. And I said, how do we make this legit?
Yeah, he had this Cerberus at level 14 and he said, I never want to do level 13 Cerberus ever again.
Okay, this is better. I got Dwayne real quick. I got Dwayne twice.
You did get ready Dwayne
Okay,
again.
it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Okay, this is good, this is good.
Are entirely RNG. You can... There is like a visual of when they're coming down, but you can't really see that based on the camera that we're getting during a boss fight, usually. Alright,
Easy.
dodge that. So, that was also like an interesting thing with the fight where you try to avoid the reaction command segment that the game intends for you to go to, and most people would be doing on this fight without level 14, which would lose quite a bit of time if he got caught by it right there.
But if I start and stop the Auron limit called Bushido at the right time, I can get 3 combos in exactly how I do and finish the fight. And usually the damage is good enough where those 3 combos finish the fight.
And this minigame up here, we're going to take a bit of a journey back to like 10 years ago on Twitch when we used to say "te-earn." And that's what we're doing here. We're doing earns, which this first one here, all we're trying to do is get 20 orbs. Each of these drop 30 or 33. My goodness. So
Rando player.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I'm a little used to... I didn't even mean to say the number that they actually drop in rando. I just... The muscle memory is there. So that first one's just a little demonstration of what we're supposed to do, whereas right here we're doing the actual thing here, where all we're really doing here is we're doing some strategic air combos to try to hit the most we can to clear space for a bigger and later. Because, like, without draw, which is an ability that helps us gather orbs on the field more quickly, it's really difficult to actually get 100 just without the big urn, so the big urn just makes that so much easier.
That's so Podgers.
I swear to God.
I will say, you would notice that Podgy hasn't been using Valor form while in the underworld. It's because we're not allowed to.
See, it's chained
It's a
up.
glitch. We can't do it. It was only this marathon they gave us a mod that forced us to use that wouldn't let us use Valor form down here. I don't know what they have against this world. No, there is a lore reason, but that will go away at the end of this section here, and we'll be able to freely use drive forms as much as we want down here. Spoilers, we will be getting new drive forms eventually.
Yeah.
Valor form is not the only one.
And Valor is not the only one that is color changed.
Ooh.
We got a lot of those coming up. I'm excited. Yeah, a little bit of movement
Me too.
here.
I started to see my handiwork. I was saying, how much movement can you do? And you missed both damage boosts.
I don't go for the second one.
I know. I'm the only one that goes for
I know.
it, and I'm the only one that hits it.
The first one is dumb sometimes. I saw the angle that I messed up because I jumped late. That's fine. Alright. Water clone minigame.
Yeah, wow, that one was just ready to go.
It was.
I'll say this fight is dumb. You can manipulate it a little bit with just being careful at where your angle is targeting between each of these reaction commands, but there's not that much control you have over it.
Targeting is a suggestion.
In this fight, it absolutely is. In most mob fights where you get swarmed, the auto-target in this game goes haywire and is impossible to keep track of. That was what we expected. A 45 is about like average, so getting a 46 is anything above it.
I didn't hear the next musical phrase, therefore it's good. Yes, that is how I
Rest in
determine
peace, that AP boost.
Yeah, that AP boost used to be part of the run. Not anymore. Alright, another spot where we are boosting. We are already level 14, but we're prepping for later things.
Yeah, so usually this is where we get level 14. Now we can just go nuts and just keep ourselves above that barrier, because one, it'll make it easier for us to stay in those ranges, but it might help us actually reach a later one that we also thought was unattainable going forward, and we just keep that going every chance we get. This is a fight that is entirely timed. We have no control over it, so this one is just go nuts on. You don't even need to remotely interact with Pete until later.
Okay.
There is a little optimization that we're doing there. It's very specific, where if we hit Pete's Forced Revenge right there, then it'll spawn the next wave early. It's really strange and really specific, but sometimes Goofy will just not make it work. Or I guess that's also a good time to explain Forced Revenge.
Yeah, go for it.
Every boss has a value that we call Revenge Value, or RV, where when that number is hit, and every hit you do adds to that number, when that number is hit, they do their Forced Revenge, where they'll attack you back so that you can't just wail on the boss.
That's dumb.
And that mechanic will become so important in fights going forward, especially the super bosses we're going to face at the end of the run, where it is really important that we know exactly when a boss is going to tell you to either dodge, or in some cases even abuse it to get them to do what we want.
Nope. There we go. Sorry, my menu got a little messy and I almost forgot to put on Trinity Limit. Which is super important. Yeah, this is the Hydra fight. We're starting in Valor form just to get this phase out real quick. I've barely enough form to do what I like to do here. Picking up these drive orbs just to make it more Yep. That's fine. I could have gone for something else, but this works just as well.
Yeah, we're just trying to dispose of these heads as quick as we can. You're not going to be able to understand it because it's in Japanese, but Phil is saying to get up on the Hydra's back.
And we ignore him.
That allows us to stun these heads here so we can take care of them quicker. If we don't do that, we have kind of a time limit to get rid of those heads, or else we're going to lose a lot more time. But we took care of them in quick order.
I think that's fine. Yeah, it was a little
Also,
high.
Here we're Pod's using what's called Trinity Limit, and limits in general are usually something that's going to use one or both of your party members to do this really crazy like attack. I was gonna say limit break, but it literally uses the word limit in it. Like finisher type thing, and it can do a lot of damage. Also keeps you invincible during it, but it does use the rest of your magic and your mana or MP in this game.
Yeah. At the end there, Hydra also has 3 different head patterns after that Trinity limit. We got the one that is the shortest, but can also give us the best chance for high damage. So I got on his head like cycle perfectly to just shred him and get him, just end him real quick. And the game, after doing Olympus, even though we haven't done Beast Castle yet, forces us back to Hollow Bastion because Winnie the Pooh wants to talk to us.
Actually, just does that after 2 worlds.
Oh, is it after 2? My bad. I thought it was.
It's not an after Olympus thing. That's just an after.
Oh, okay.
Once you do 2 of those worlds.
That was dumb. Okay.
Yeah, that's killing a certain amount of enemies right there, just to make sure that that finisher will kill everything left.
The book is all scratched up for lore reasons. We'll get to that later. Actually, I'll just explain it now because we do need to do this.
I said we do have to come back here.
Yeah,
so.
we do have to come back here. So basically the Heartless stole a bunch of pages out of the book. We have to find those torn pages so that we can complete 100 Acre Wood, because part of the requirements of unlocking the Lingering Will fight is completing all of the stories, including 100 Acre Wood, Atlantica, Space Paranoids, Olympus Coliseum 2. All the ones that you don't normally see in like an 90% run. So yeah, that whole little bit right there is important. But we first have to do Beast Castle.
Yeah, so this world will fly by because for one reason, Valor formed to move quicker here because the base walking speed is just so much faster in Valor. So we use that in the early game until we get some movement abilities to make Sora quicker.
Any chance that we get to use faster movement, we will. Valor is our fastest movement for now, until we get more things later. And once that happens, we will... I don't think we'll ever see Valor again properly, outside of a couple of situations.
Yes. And you might be wondering why the game lets us just spam this ability of using drive forms. It actually doesn't. It has another hidden number counter that the game doesn't tell you about called anti points, which is a hidden form that the game will force you into if that counter goes too high and you go into a form while you're in a fight. And that would, in this category, lose a lot of time.
Yep.
Because Anti-Form has a completely different moveset, which you'll be improvising the entire fight at that point.
We're fine.
And you also can't revert from it. So, Podgy also just did a 1 cycle there. The game, usually, when you hit a certain HP gate on that Possessor there, it would go back into the door and you do another phase and do the same thing again. But our strength is so high right now because we did all those extra visits, and we also have the Hero's Crest Keyblade, which has Air Coma boost on it, boosting our finishers even further. That we're able to just do enough damage in that last hit that takes care of the rest of the health bar before it can go back into the door.
Yep. And because we were in a form right there, and it happened earlier as well, going into a spot where we lose our party members, it actually refunds all of our drives so that we can use more drive forms later, or summons, as we would, because summons and drives use the exact same gauge. But
you did just get your first summon, so I'll explain that in a second as well. And as I was saying about anti-points, while the game does try to curb us using forms too much, we can still get around it by, when that counter gets too high, just going into a form before we're in a fight. So we still don't have to worry about going into that anti-form.
And that's exactly what we did right before Thresholder. Before I entered the door, I popped the form. Right now, my menu is blue, signifying I'm not in battle, so we cannot get anti-form. Yellow gives us a small, like, a certain chance, and if the menu is red, that chance that we would have in yellow gets doubled. Or special, or there's special cases elsewhere, but we'll talk about that
Which
later.
won't matter because we're not going to go into anti-form unless we want to.
Exactly.
That is all just things that the game usually does to try to keep control of us using that, but we're smarter than the game.
Sometimes.
Usually not. We just cope.
This is an extreme case of Dunning-Kruger. Every time we think we got the game figured out, it tells us how wrong we are.
It really likes to kick us when we're down.
Yeah.
Especially when I'm doing a run.
Oh my goodness. So rather than running through the castle, we're just save warping because it's PC and it's loadless, and the loads are fast because the port is fast. But like so for console players, as an example. But yeah, that's why we're warping so much. And now we're gonna mess around with this boss a little bit, running backwards to manipulate him.
Yep. Doing a specific combo here to get the right amount of hits, so we can keep control of him. Because once he hits a certain HP, he will try to go away to go into the windows over here, which you will see moving right here. But if we cut him off before he gets there, right here, that's windowless.
We don't let them have fun here because we are just so beefy right now by doing Olympus first. And you're going to see that even more on Phase 2 with Darkthorn.
Yeah, with Hero's Crest and all the strength that we have, we are the fun police in this world. We are not letting them do anything they want. Yeah, we're also seeing the solo Trinity. We saw the group Trinity used earlier on Hydra, also gets clipped there. That's RNG.
Yeah, it was 100% RNG.
But when you have a party member that is not Donald or Goofy, or if your Sora is alone himself, he uses that solo Trinity, which doesn't seem as useful because it doesn't seem as like crazy, but it actually does have quite a bit of uses.
Like that one.
Yep, it does a very specific amount of damage and is fairly fast.
It's a good get out of jail free card at the cost of losing all your magic, but like iframes are nice, and you can usually, if you're prepped for it, you can mitigate that lack of magic with other things.
Now, here we are, we're at Disney World, we're able to do all this now, and this is more movement going forward here. Just going to be running through this hallway while it is swarming with Heartless.
Ignoring all of them. Donald's trying, like you can hear him, but even he's not strong enough right now to beat up these shadows. I'm not going to forget the Torn page that is sitting right here. I've been running any percent for the last couple of weeks because there's new routing going on over there and I wanted to join in on the fun. And when I was making saves for Gold Crown again, I forgot. So I had to come back and fix that.
Shout out to 36 AP.
Shout out to 36 AP. Anyways, push the mouse is what we're calling this.
We're pushing the mouse. Usually, you're going to see in the next room that there's an RC to call her over and have her walk over to you, and you will see that she walks slowly, as you can see here. And pushing her against the wall and letting us move at our speed is much faster. That will be much more difficult in this room, so we just let her follow us.
That's right. Excellent.
I've my entire life, I want to see a TAS
of this
still push her here.
God,
I want to see a TAS still push her and see if it can be faster.
Got him. Faster,
just like stutter stepping.
Yeah, that would be funny. So instead, we use this as an opportunity to potentially get some kills for money and experience, but it is entirely it entirely RNG and depends on how the bolt towers move. Like, they can be extremely passive or they can be extremely aggressive. It's up to them.
You can manipulate the fight a decent amount by like going a little bit off the main line, so you can swarm them up a bit more. But we actually just are so high in our experience that we never really care enough about that we just take a direct line, and whatever we get is more bonus. It's not even factored into the XP we need.
Yeah, it makes things easier to achieve later. Minerva,
Minerva, you're right there.
she stopped literally like a step before the final RC, or reaction command. I keep saying RC when I should have explained reaction commands.
I did.
Oh, you did? I'm sorry.
I did it like the beginning of the run.
Oh, you did?
That during
oh, you did.
Twilight.
Listen. I'm so locked into like making sure I'm playing right that I forgot.
I was saying, have I been forgetting to explain crucial things? I did not explain the MP bar, but I did explain reaction commands and RV and anti-points.
You're right. My bad. You know what? Yeah, get a new runner.
I'll be right there. And a category I have not learned.
Yeah, what's up with that? You're supposed to learn this. If I run if I play Death's Door, will you run Gold Crown?
I want to run Gold Crown anyway, but yes. Yeah.
I want to run Death's Door anyway.
There we go.
Boom, okay.
Confirmed.
Sounds like everyone's a winner.
That's right.
Speaking of winners, do we have time for a couple donations?
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
All right. First off, got a quick $10 anonymous donation. Just says puppies. And I think that's a good sentiment, seeing as we are benefiting the Go Rescue Pet Adoption Center, who specialize in taking care of them puppies. We also have $25 from someone getting into the spirit of things, Big Podgers, who asks, if Goofy needed to be rescued, would Go Rescue take him? God, that's a loaded question. Let's get that train rolling and see that final fight with the one-winged angel.
Wonderful.
God, that's... I don't... No, that like, first you have to settle the debate, is Goofy even a dog?
Yes.
Goofy's a father.
Are you saying dogs can't be fathers?
Yeah.
Goofy pays taxes.
Does he?
I assume.
I'd like to see the receipts for that.
Does the Goof world have taxes?
I'll look up just another Goofy movie, and or an extremely Goofy movie. That's the second one.
Yeah, that scene where Goofy does his taxes.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I'm sure it's got to be there.
You're right. Okay, fine.
Goofy pouring over the calculator in his papers, his W-2s.
As he's skateboarding?
That's Max.
Well, in Extremely, he is also skateboarding, is he not?
True.
We're fighting with Chicken Little, by the way.
Yeah, this day. Also great movie. So, Summons. Use the same gauge as a drive and uses 3 every single time. And has the same gauge that we have normally, but instead of going down whenever we do hits, it actually goes back up. The game lets you try to keep your summon up if you can help it. And most people probably played this game at first and didn't use any of their summons, but Chicken Little is very useful as a good crowd control before we get the magnet spell going forward. But even then, we can utilize them just as well there. But these summons are incredibly overpowered if you know how to use them well. Like that fight that Pod just did there is a really like those car and Heartless, the hot rods, are one of the most like difficult to deal with enemies if you aren't knowing how to use them.
Yeah, it takes a lot of practice to just basically ignore everything about what makes hot rods annoying, but once you do, oh man, is it nice.
Yeah, you just get to like look at them and be like, you think that you're doing something.
Exactly.
And also, in true RNG fashion, Podgy picked up that drive recovery like half an hour ago, and we're just using it now.
That's right. This is allowing us to both use a Valor form right here on what we call Boat Pete, because the future Pete is stealing the past Pete's steamboat, and then we're going to use another Valor form to actually beat up Pete.
Yeah, then we're going to fight Pete. Or Final Pete. Or PvP.
I really wanted a no cycle, but I guess we're getting one. That's fine.
You've been chasing the sun because you've gotten it.
I've gotten it twice.
This guy. That gold split is just unattainable.
Yeah. Well, no, actually, when I got it, I had a bad Windows, so I didn't gold.
Ooh.
Okay.
See, being able to see the second Valor right there. Once again, you probably think though, like, what the heck? You used the Valor in a fight this time, and you still didn't get anti. There are other little things that, if they are the case, you still can't go. In this case, having an NPC helping us, quote unquote, helping us with the past Pete here, we still can't go into it because this is a semi-gimmick fight,
dude,
and the game
Pete is ruining everything.
Know what to do. Yeah, I was gonna say, like I said, quote unquote, helping us.
I should have enough to do this.
Yeah, since it's semi-gimmick fight, the game doesn't know how to even let it function. Well, if you're in anti-form, so the game just lets you not go into it.
Yeah, Pat's Pete actually ruined 2 windows, or 2 rooms, phases, however you want to call it. But it's fine because we're still pretty high strength on beginner.
Yeah, I see. Podgy's got 2 very good things. One is the Reflect spell, and the other is our next drive form, Wisdom form, which probably also went very not well utilized by most casual players. But not only does it have some uses that we can use here, it also gets us our most notable pieces of movement, which is with Quick Run.
Hold on, I'm a pirate.
By the way, we're pirates.
Yeah. Shoutouts to Topaz for making this mod, and shoutouts to Dewey for making mine, like, slightly pink.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a great thing to make Sora look like KH3 Sora. And Donald and Goofy and Pete also are pirates. But yeah, it's awesome, and it's a great mod, and that's all there is to it. Now we're beating up pirates.
So good. I didn't even realize it was a mod.
Exactly. Exactly.
It is very well done.
Yeah. Also, we got monochrome from Timeless River, which is a Keyblade that we're going to be using shortly.
Yeah, a Keyblade that most players probably never even equipped, but it does have also a very good ability called Item Boost, which lets items be like double the effectiveness of. But more importantly, we're going to be using it for its magic stat. This will be the first time that we're going to be able to utilize actually increasing our magic stat to the point that it helps us, especially because these pirates, they've noticed, are very susceptible to magic, Blizzard freezing them, Thunder shocking them to doing some things that are like kind of annoying, but if you kill them with it, it just does more damage than Blizzard. Fire is also one that it does like manipulate them, but it also makes them to run away from you, so Blizzard is usually our most useful.
Another thing, for PC specifically, for this run,
yes,
there's an issue with the map, like, for selecting where to go with your ship in this game. On the PC port, more so. It can happen on console, but very less so.
Yeah, it happens on all of them, but
where the game can crash for you just trying to select things on the map. So instead, we turn it into a dialogue box to save from ever really crashing there again.
Yeah, Podgy was really stubborn for a long time and said, like, well, I don't get that crash, so I'm not going to use it, because technically you could move the option faster on the map, so... But then Podgy got it enough times and realized that...
I got it for a week, and I said, okay.
Yeah. And he's like, what battle am I really fighting here? Let me just not worry about it. So this is actually... like we've been seeing before, of using another minute fight to get more experience. This is an optimization that was found by Ninten like a few months ago, so shouts to Ninten. And has also been further optimized by using like Reflects here, so it's had a lot of work put in. You can also make this a little bit easier by using Kingdom Key here, which has the critical half or damage control ability.
I'm gonna do pre-boat.
Podgy's comfortable enough. Yeah, your XP is a little rough.
Yeah. No, I'm almost to level 19, so I'm gonna do pre-boat for the level 19. Okay, chicken, just don't do the thing. Is that a potion? It might be a potion.
If it was from the fire
That's
one,
fine.
yeah, never mind, it's a
That's
potion.
fine. It looked like it was.
I would say
potion.
the bomb pirates are from the Give Eaters.
Yes. Okay.
So there are these specific combos here because we're level 18 and higher, and also using monochrome. That if you do an empty hit, Blizzard and then a Blizzard finisher, it just instantly kills any of these, which is has a little bit of a tight finisher, like hitbox that is a little difficult to hit all 3 pirates or 2 pirates depending on what you're doing. But once you practice this, it makes this fight unbelievably more consistent than it used to be.
Yep.
So it is kind of funny. We kind of lose.
No, we
This strategy. This strategy you do technically still save time, but
you don't lose.
you effectively break even in the world.
Exactly. We don't lose time because we gain time. Like we get time back on the fight itself. Also, Pink Valor Pirate, sick as hell. So we save time on the fight, but we lose time menuing before and after the fight. So it nets out to 0, but the gain is the experience.
And altogether, it makes this world so much more consistent. So even if it didn't save time, we'd still be doing it because it just makes this world so much more consistent. When it used to be like kind of a run killer for a lot of people.
I've elected to grab this one now instead of the one in LOD2. Yeah. Because the LOD2 one, like, it's just awkward, like, jumping down and then jumping back up. I don't know. It's just... that one feels just cleaner.
The one before Riku or the one...
The one before Storm Rider in the Throne Room.
Okay. Also, you might be like, why doesn't this commentator know anything about this run? It's been a while, and no one runs this category, so it's not like he has many people to choose from. So... he gets what he gets.
Aw. Wishful thinking. I knew, but I wanted to see.
You wanted to try.
I wanted it.
I respect it.
Yeah, no. Dewey knows a lot about this run. I also keep changing things without telling him. So that's on me. And
I debated asking you before the run if there was anything you wanted to write down for me, but then I was like, it's the finale. We're here for vibes.
That's right. All I've ever wanted from these runs are vibes. Like after I did not do well mentally for my first ever marathon run. So after that, I was like, I'm not gonna worry so much about all these little things. I'm just gonna enjoy it, and people like Dewey make that very easy. So yeah,
I was gonna say, doing PC modded and 8%. I used to get so stressed commentating of because there's so much depth to this game and so much to talk about. And with PC modded, with getting rid of those gummy missions, we have no downtime. It is one thing into the next, and doing that for a couple hours is kind of exhausting. So we've elected to start just hanging out.
Square button goes in the square hole. So yeah, wisdom form. No color change here because blue is cool.
I can make it purple.
Ooh, that's a good idea. Oh, you're onto something there, champ.
I just thought of it when I was looking at it.
That is a great idea, actually.
1 second, we're pausing the run.
Yeah, no. Restart. Back it up an hour. We're up till 1 in the morning now. No, I'm just kidding.
Just make a save. It's fine.
Yeah, just make a save.
Just make a save.
You're right. But yeah, so something about the way forms level. Did we say how Valor form levels?
We did not say how each one of the levels. So Valor form levels by the amount of hits that you do. Wisdom form is by every Heartless kill, which is fairly specific, but this world lets us get a lot of those, especially in this upcoming fight. We used to actually get a few Heartless kills throughout this world, but then a strat called Fast Wisdom was found, which allows us to get all of them in one fight.
Very creative with our naming, I know. Fast Wisdom, because we get wisdom fast.
There's another strat in that fight that is creatively named.
That's true. I was going to...
That is very new.
I was going to do a thing for that, so stay tuned. But yeah, first we have the Chasm of Challenges. If I can hit the ice cube... I was early.
So,
that was my fault.
These, like, kind of small fry enemies of the Icy Cube and the Fiery Globes will do nothing until you attack them, and then they will do a really predictable retaliation that you can use Reflect to just punish them for.
Aw, no Fireball. No,
I don't know how you get that
it's
kill.
it's
in your
RNG.
combo. I
Oh,
tried it.
it's stupid. No, it's very inconsistent.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
I thought I was crazy.
No, you're not crazy. It's that difficult.
Okay. I'm just not good. That makes you feel better.
Winged Dragon, Guardian of the Fortress, using Fireball attack. That was stupid. I'm sorry. I think I heard Bonnie laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You got me.
Okay. Good. I knew Dewey wouldn't laugh. Dewey doesn't know Yu-Gi-Oh.
I get it. I get the reference.
Okay. Good.
You still have the song.
Such a Podgers reference.
That's my fault. I brought Bonnie back into this.
Do you still have the song?
Which song?
The Podgers song.
The what?
No, the FM song.
The FM song.
The Forbidden Memories.
Oh no, I don't. And it's Duels of the Roses. I'll explain that in a moment. Hold on, treasure room. So we need. Oh, that sucks. Hold on. I'm gonna fix this real quick, like this. Wow. That was rude. Hold on. Okay, we're fine. Yep, we're good. So we need it level 3 Wisdom form here so that we get a quick run for Sora. Because that's when Sora gets it from this. So I was a little bit scared. But we did... Hold on. You know, Trinity is rude today. It's fine. We did a strat, shoutouts to KBM, called the KBM Healeroni, Ravioli KBM Healeroni, where we pop Cure, that puts us in MP Recharge while we have the Reflect going, and when we're in MP Recharge, we regain Drive more quickly, so it can help speed that along and get into Wisdom form for a second time.
The amount of people that don't know that mechanic exists outside of the Drive Boost ability,
Right.
I didn't.
is surprising. Bonnie, have you played Kingdom Hearts 2 before, out of curiosity?
I have played it casually.
Okay.
Like, well over a decade ago. Like, the PS2 original. I've never played any of the remasters.
Okay, well in that case, why haven't you learned this category yet? Like,
Okay. So here we go. So, all right. So we got this little Sora guy here, and wow, that guy just exploded. All right. So moving on. That's what I got so far.
okay, I'm liking your progress.
Yeah, great progress.
Trying, man. I'm trying.
By the end of the run, I'll be able to leave and get some cookies.
That's right.
All right. Let's set our goals.
Yep.
Set our goals just like our goal to get to that final fight with Sephiroth, which
That's
we are less than $400 away from seeing that happen. So let's get your donations in now. Let's get that train a rolling. You may look at that estimate, think you have plenty of time. It is less than you think. So exclamation point donate in chat. Let's do it for the pups.
Or the pups. My pup is actually sleeping next to me. I'll show her later.
Aw, Korra.
Yeah, my dog's name is Cora. She is also a rescue, and love her to death. And I will show her after the run if she is still around and not going to bed.
Yeah, we in Podgy's community have a very parasocial relationships. We know too much about him,
It's true.
including his dog name and his wife's name. But so that's another one of those fights that we can just die to progress in. So we summon Genie to do nothing.
Yeah, Genie only does things if we request him to do things. Pretty lore accurate. And if we had like Jack around, we don't change his like tendencies, so he would just be running around trying to kill enemies, and I don't want that. I want him to do that now.
You know, I've never realized that's why Genie works the way it does in this game.
Buddy.
Well,
It's fine.
yeah.
Listen, I gotta get my shots in when I can. There's a... Well, actually, it's a good thing I didn't do that, because then it would have been a glitch, and then I would have had to pay $5.
That's true.
Yeah, there's a...
He missed a frame perfect trick.
Yeah, I missed a frame perfect trick that's kind of a glitch where, like, that slowdown at the end of fights that happens just doesn't happen. It immediately goes to the fade to black, and saves 2 seconds.
Well,
Glitches are so... I was gonna say, glitches are so arbitrary. I don't know. I guess it's a glitch. Because it's certainly not an exploit.
It's not an exploit, but it is a, like...
it is, I guess. It is an unintended thing using them, like,
yeah.
Not even a mechanic.
The game doesn't want to break, so it just proceeds.
Well, yeah, it's actually a really dumb thing, because it's just avoiding a crash potential.
Yeah.
So, like, the way that it works coding-wise is really fascinating. But anyways, like I said, I mentioned earlier, Podgy and I will nerd out about things like this at another time. Please come to either of our streams, and you can experience that. I don't want to bore all of you today. So this is Prison Keeper. This... how do I say this not delicately? Eats the children. And
I'm so close.
Depending on what of the 3 children is there, does a completely different set of attacks. But we're already in the last phase where it has all 3 of them. And
my bad. I guess I was too close.
yeah, you were not far enough away, I guess.
I got too excited.
That seemed like it was... Yeah. Sorry, you can't always get a face skip.
But I did in a marathon, therefore I got to do it in every marathon. Okay.
Yeah, we're alluding to another elusive, we think it's frame perfect thing, but I've tried labbing it. It's so specific. That allows us to skip a phrase transition, and it saves, like, probably, like, 5 seconds.
It has to do with, like, Jack's Blizzards do something. They do something with staggers.
It's just a damage amp, I think.
It's a damage and RV amp with Jack's Stunlock that it's game breaking in a weird way, and I don't know. Thank you for getting that kill, Jack. I didn't need it, but thanks.
We take those.
We take those.
Yeah, our XP's crazy right now.
Yeah, we're doing more than fine right now. For that. Remember when we were low on experience early? No, we're good now. That's how.
Well, you did extra experience.
I do that anyways.
You do pre-vote normally?
If I'm within 400, I do pre-vote.
Okay.
Yeah, recently realized how little time you lose doing it.
It does not lose much time at all.
Yeah, it's like a second.
So, this is Oogie Boogie. The JP voice is really funny.
I was just about to point out, his voice is fantastic.
Yeah, it's my favorite of any of the things in this game. That and Sora himself.
Giving big anime villain vibes.
That's right. I did that movement specifically to make Jack get hit to the left instead of forward or backward, so that I can get him to do fire right here.
Yep. Which, this game has a mechanic called damage amplification, or damage amp, where if you are doing an overlapping hit while something else is also doing damage to that same thing, it will amplify the damage that you're doing. So in that case, with the fire overlapping with the aerial spiral, you just do a way more damage. That saves an air combo there, which already saves like a second, and it feels really cool. We're going to be seeing a much bigger exploitation of that when we get Duck Flare later. So stay tuned.
Okay. Uh-oh. Jack? Or Goofy? Oh, no.
Oh, no!
That stinks. It's okay. We don't get present skip now. So Goofy parried the ghost. Just get, yeah. Well, I get this one, though. It's fine. I'll do this.
Yeah, this is what you do. We're gonna be going to the dance call here for safety, just like not necessarily to die, but just like deal with 3 enemies in a confined space. It's just rough.
Yeah.
Podgy's gonna go for a frame perfect trick here, which doesn't have a setup or anything. It is mash and hope. Nope, didn't get it, but that would allow us to skip that present right there, so it'll only save a few seconds.
Yeah, so Goofy parried my White Knight, and White Knights get confused and then just despawn unless I hit them again. I thought Goofy would hit him again, and he said, no, I'm going to attack Oogie, who's invulnerable.
Yeah, I'm trying to do what's called present skip, where if you just keep that White Knight, or if an enemy from an Ogi gift is just on the field, he won't continue to try to spawn them. So we're trying to manipulate that White Knight to just stay alive. But unfortunately, Goofy ruins everything.
True.
So this is a
Marathon.
very scripted fight. Yeah, got bad RNG there. When you go to the middle there, it's RNG if he wants to just go over again. But this is a very scripted fight. One of the longest fight in the game. If you, on higher difficulties, if you die in the last phase, it is the most time that you can lose to a single fight.
Oh, Jack. It's fine. Okay.
And that's Ogi. So that gets us out of this part of mid game. We're approaching towards the end of mid game relatively soon.
Yeah, we're actually going to make a pit stop and do something Gold Crown specific for the first time.
Yup.
Normally right now, it's the only next thing that we can do to progress the story is to go back to Twilight Town. We're not going to do that. We're going to quickly do this mushroom because we can. This is the first of the Mushroom 13, Mushroom 6. A lot of times you're recommended to do this with like final form and stuff. No.
Yes. Shout out to Sonic for finding this.
Yeah.
Entire strat here. So this is the Mushroom 13. This is Gold Crown. This is one of the set of things that we need to do to get one of those crowns. Each time you get a crown, you get bronze and silver, then gold, and so on. This is the 13 mushrooms. There are, like the name, there are 13 different worlds, and each one has a unique minigame that we have to do. They are post-game content, and we are doing this an hour and 20 minutes into the run. So it is a little interesting there.
Not sub 40. That's fine.
Yeah, that's okay. I believe you need to get under 45 seconds.
Yeah, it just has to be under 45, but the like A rank is under 40, and it gives me a little extra money, which is unnecessary. It's more for bragging rights.
So yeah, shout out to Sonic for finding a bunch of really cool strats.
Sonic Shadow
for this
Silver
category.
2. Yeah.
Yeah. Sonic Shadow Silver 2 is the GOAT of Kingdom Hearts.
The labbing goat, yeah.
She has been around playing this game for about as long as there's been a speedrun community.
Yeah, without Sonic, without her, there would not be me optimizing this category as much as it's been optimized in the last few months. They overhauled so many different things, and I was able to just kind of piggyback off of that for my own own situations. Oh, I forgot to do the thing. It's fine.
It's okay. We're setting up for this ending here.
There we go.
So
that's
okay,
insane.
So we're gonna have to improvise here. That's really bad RNG.
It's fine. I'm just gonna do this. Yeah. So
I did explain this earlier.
Yeah.
Group Trinity. Each of these the three options you have there, Major Drive, Ultima, and Break, do not do damage themselves. They just do hits that build up for the big finisher. The more hits you do, the more damage it does, and the longer it goes. But those are still hits that stagger, and Magnet, every single time that you bring an enemy into it or it gets taken out of, does like a little bit of damage. So you do something that violently moves them in and out of the magnet repeatedly. It is we call it a meat grinder. So we were trying to do that there, where they would jump into that magnet and have that happen, but
I got
really bad RNG.
I got like the second worst RNG. The worst RNG being none of them jump.
None of them jump.
Which I've gotten that too. But yeah, normally all three of them jump to you. You catch them. It's beautiful. They die before you have to do the Trinity finisher, and then even in this case, they didn't die to the Trinity finisher. Shout out to Dewey, right here.
Yo, my one contribution!
And I hit it! Let's go!
Let's go! That is the only optimization I've found in this game, and I've been speedrunning this game for years.
That's so Podgers.
And it saves like half a second. It is just quick running instead of jumping.
And like one less fire for the movement. Hell yeah, we got the Turkish snipe.
You did a blizzard there? That's crazy.
Yeah, so we discovered that. So normally what we used to do was do a reflect there for movement, because for some reason when you do that when you do that magic is what I meant to say. You kind of slide up with your animation. onto that ledge, and it saves a ledge grab. We found that it works with Blizzard as well, and it was around the time of the Summer Olympics that this was happening. And there was that meme of the Turkish like pistol guy, like the guy that looked like a dad, just like at the Olympics. So I called it the Turkish snipe.
So the amount of optimizations that have a really strange origin story just for the name.
That's right. Or Turkish slide, that's what I meant. My bad.
Shout out to electric slide.
Yeah,
in critical mode.
That's right.
Another strap.
The dudes.
So here this is the first time well, I guess the mushroom was the first time we really saw that, but it's the first time we're out with our own choice revisiting a world, and we are seeing the second Hall of Bastion visit, and then also we're in Space Paranoids here, which lore-wise you're being like forced into this world. We need to like find our way out.
Shoutouts to Dewey for making this Sora skin.
Both. This is kind of two recolors because I first made it pink, and then a few days ago made this like kind of pride themed or rainbow lighting thing that I added to it, and then I gave this to him
literally 2 minutes before the run started.
Minutes before the run, said, "Do you want to throw this on and see if it looks good?" So,
and I said yes. It goes away when we pop wisdom, but it's fine. We'll see it later.
I could fix that. But yeah, that's what I made a few days ago because I was really bored. And believe it or not, it's because I was trying to make mine purple because my recolors are purple, and it was annoying to make it purple, so I gave up and made it rainbow.
I'm okay with this.
Yeah, I was gonna say that sometimes there is the idea of doing like the harder thing, but doing it the way you know how to do it. So even though it's harder, you're like, this will work eventually. Oh, so here's light cycle.
This is very scripted. If there are any announcements, this was I got such luck.
Oh my gosh!
Okay.
That is easily the best thing that could ever happen.
The game apologized for those berserkers. Literally, it just said, "I'm sorry." But yeah, this part is 100% scripted. If you have any announcements, now would be a good time.
Certainly! Well, for those of you just tuning in, this is the finale run here at No Glitches Allowed 2025. We are an annual charity event featuring speedruns that rely more on execution of intended mechanics than game-breaking glitches. Like I said, this is the final run here. We have been raising money for 4 days for the Go Rescue Pet Adoption Center. We have raised over $3,100 for them so far, and we are looking to get to $3,500 to get our final incentive met, and that is to fight Sephiroth at the end of this run. We got probably 2.5 hours, roughly, something like that.
Something like that.
Something like that. In order to get that met, you may think that is plenty of time. I think I'll save that to the end and just try and snipe that. But you know, you don't need to do that. You can get those donations in right now by hitting !donate in chat and following the links. Let's do it for the pups.
Thank you. That was perfectly timed, by the way, because this is the end of Light Cycle.
Yeah, I'm a professional.
Clearly. See, you do know the game.
I'm learning fast. You know, it's been like I said, over a decade since I played it, but you know, all the knowledge is still up here.
This game sticks with you.
That's right.
So we're gonna
this franchise sticks with you.
Oh, it does.
Oh, that dang right it does, especially with the music.
Okay,
so
this is so sick, Dewey.
The Trot World tracks, yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say, this is something that Podgy has not had the chance to play with until today, so this is just him.
I'm enjoying this skin so much. Like, it's absolutely wonderful. Alright, so this is called level 1 monitors because this is the the crit level 1 strat for monitors that doesn't focus on getting experience. A lot of the other strats focus on getting experience here to make things make things easier later, but we're so juiced up on experience that we don't have to worry about that. Wow. Okay, we're good. I saw that was about to happen.
I would say this became especially more possible with the optimizations to the pyramid fight, especially,
Yep.
which gets like the most it helps us get the most ahead of our experience curve. We're at level 22 right now, which is a strength increase. The optimal versions of beginner used to actually get level 21 here and had a different strat on Hostile Program, the boss at the end of this world, but because of all the experience optimizations, we now don't even need to worry about any of that.
Yep, I still know it, so if I ever have a bad, like, experience grind, I can keep going, but optimally, you save a lot of time being level 22 right here.
Yep. And the only time you really saved was just not having to grind as long, but now we're not even grinding, and we get the benefit of the higher strength.
That's what I meant by we are better as a community now. It's great.
Yep. This fight is also super fun to watch. It's a huge visual treat of us being in really scripted locations, like angle-wise, like right there, and we're doing like a bunch of damage amplification with that comet limit from Donald, which we got from Timeless River. This is also our first use of Master Form, which is the other drive form we get. We actually got 2 forms with back-to-back, a Limit Form and Master Form, so we're getting to see all of them used really well. Yeah, Master is super flashy. It's not used enough. It's a little bit slow in a lot of places, just because it's a little like floatier and slower combat, but the magic is so effective in it. But this fight is blink and you miss it, just because we keep freezing them in optimal places and using Comet.
Damage amp our air combos, and our air combos are already boosted because of Hero's Crest having air combo boosts, and it's a beautiful fight. Casually, it's obnoxious because he keeps going around the room, but as a speedrun, it is a very good technical knowledge check. Now we're going in the first, like, big gauntlet of this run.
Yep. HP 3, get him loser, we're golding HP 3. It's a little thing I started saying to Podgy like 6 months ago.
Yeah. I think it's been more than 6 months.
It probably has. Well, it's been however long it took for me to do it, because that became my split name, so it's been like a year.
That is the rudest thing I've ever seen.
Yes, the Podgy is bad at this fight, is what I'm seeing.
Hold on. Okay.
He finally gave you a Rising Sun.
So, that dude was real far away, so I had to wait for his... And he did the worst startup for Rising Sun, so I got hit. So I couldn't do Rising Sun. It's fine.
Yeah, Rising Sun is a really, really strong reaction command, and we also at this point have the reaction boost ability, which boosts that even further. So it can make quick work of that mob fight and then another one later.
Ooh, there we go.
This is the Dancer's fight. This is where you see Chicken Little really shine, and then we dismiss them and use this to get all of our drive back, using that strategy from earlier, because while it does do a lot of damage, as you can see there, all of those hits also help you get your drive back quicker.
That was a perfect fight.
Yes, it was.
Quickly taking a detour, thank you, Crimson Jazz.
Yep.
To grab something for later. It's faster to get it now, as I've timed. We grab an AP boost because it's right here, and then Moon Recipe is super important for accessories later.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to do that.
That is it was really cool anyway. Yeah. I will say there is this is one of the only categories that really delves into synthesis, which is really convenient. I guess All Worlds I think also doesn't. But,
All Worlds doesn't, but All Puzzles does.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Dude, I love that category. So you have to find the recipe and then find the materials, which are either dropped from certain enemies, or you can find them in chests, which is mostly what we do. But those accessories that we're finding right there boost our stats even further. The Moon Amulet is fantastic. It gives us 2 in both strength and magic. So we use Group Trinity there to kind of cheese this fight in a way, because we get a lot of hits to end it quicker and just build all of that up to... Group Trinity is not usually intended to be used on bosses like this, but that allows us to. Also, that was a perfect fight.
Map!
Yeah. So Podgy was looking at the hit count that the limit told him he had, so he knew exactly what combos would finish it on that last hit of limit form, because the way the limit form levels up is by using limits. By the way, that's limit form. It is debatably the best form in the game.
Yeah.
I was gonna say some people would probably say final form, but
Nah.
I think limit form is just definitely the best one in the game because those limits can be used so effectively. Like for example, that one he was using Ars Arcanum. If you don't finish it, actually adds no revenge value. It does plenty of damage, and you can use it to stun like a boss. So, and
Foreshadowing.
the ground finisher Zeta Sukin is easily the strongest ground finisher you can get, even stronger than Ars Explosion. But yeah, so this is FF fights. This is a very scary thing on higher difficulties, just because this entire gauntlet segment of these 4 fights, you have to finish it after Demix, and if you die here at all, you have to do Demix again.
Thankfully, it's beginner. Hold on.
I would say my final split in beginner is a crit, but easier. Because these categories have gotten... I was like, critical mode has been so optimized in recent years that it is basically you do the same strat as beginner and pray that you don't die. Using a Magnet Trinity here to, 1, do plenty of damage and also get our drive back up to hopefully make use of Limit Form again.
I can get it on V-Break
here.
It's fine.
Yes, you can. At least you have V-Break in this category.
Yes.
You don't have that in any percentage.
Not anymore!
So, Limit Form there, anytime you go into a drive form, you do get all of your MP back, so that's the only real use it had there. But Limit Form, I'm going to explain it again, is just instead of magic, you have 4 limits to do, but instead of using all of your MP, it just uses like most of it, so you can usually do 2 at a time.
That was really good.
Sonic Blade, Strike Raid, Ars Arcanum, and Ragnarok. Most of them have a lot of uses. Strike Raid's kind of the black sheep. You don't really get to see it much often. It actually is fairly useful utility-wise, because you can actually be fully invincible during it if you know what you're doing.
Mickey, I have to grab the torn page!
Mickey's just checking in.
Fair enough. This is supposed to be like the big climax of everything, but we're gonna leave.
Yeah, if you're really excited for 1K, you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer, because that is the first time that if you do that point, every world you have not touched, the battle level increases, so the enemies do more damage, they have more health, and that would be really bad because we still have to come here to Pride Lands where we're Line Sora.
Buddy. He just walked past my magnet and said, nah, I'm good.
Also, shout out the Sonic Shadow Silver again for that strat. You're going to be hearing that a lot.
That strat is so good. Just blanket shout out to Sonic Shadow Silver, too. Like,
this category.
Yeah, for this category. Like,
this is Sonic's baby.
It really is. They are the brain, I am just the muscle. Or the...
Exactly.
We'll just say the muscle. It was gonna get weird real quick if I thought of a different thing.
But now
you might say that Sonic is pretty Podgers.
You are having so much fun with this.
I'm gonna get it over, man.
What's amusing is like I don't think I've ever heard of that somehow.
You're
creating
welcome.
Inside jokes.
You're welcome.
Because like everyone's community is named something, right? I named mine the Hodgepodge, but like I've seen people say Podgers as well. And then Bonnie is like, I'm gonna say Podgers so much, and I'm like, I can't stop this.
See, my bit is I call Podgy any word that starts with P and then 713. So my favorite has been like Pod Racing 713. That's what I've been calling them.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'll try spinning. That's a neat trick.
So we just got the dash ability in Lancesaurus, so now we just move at double speed, and boy, does it feel nice.
Oh yeah.
So nice that in Rando we said I don't like not having this, so we have it from the very beginning.
Spoiled brats.
Oh, you have no idea.
Oh no, I know. I have an idea because I watch you guys all the time and I judge you all the time. We love each other, clearly.
We're an old married couple, which is ironic because he's married to not me.
For now.
Hi,
For
Jenna.
now. I think
I saw Jenna in chat, so I'm gonna
Jenna
say
is
hello.
definitely in chat. Yeah, she's right there.
Yeah.
I love this P
I
name
know.
thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say I saw her, so I was like, let me stop let me stop flirting with my friend for a bit.
She sees it all the time though. What's the
I know.
difference
I was
now?
gonna say the illusion is that your stream isn't that weird. We're trying to keep up appearances here.
Okay, fair enough.
See, my stream is a train wreck. Everyone knows that, so I don't need to worry about mine.
Buddy, who was that? That was, of course it was Shenzi. Okay, I got them all.
You know all of their names?
Yes!
I only know Bonsai.
Shenzi, Bonsai, and Ed.
Oh, I always forget Ed.
Shoutouts to Ed.
Real.
Dame. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool optimization with fires there, using some damage amplification from the reflect going off with the fires. We used to do a much safer strat where we just use a magnet to gather them all up, and then you can just let them keep coming at you with that reflect, and it just ends the fight.
Boring.
It's really easy.
Alright, this fight sucks. Give me a moment.
I hate this fight.
Of course.
We're gonna be trying to get these really well-used reflects here, where we're trying to manipulate them, where we'll do one hit, usually let him try to attack us and proc that reflect. Which I did explain earlier, but if an enemy makes contact with reflect while it is up, it will do that splash damage back at them, which does a decent amount of damage and a bit of AoE as well, so it's very useful. So I was gonna say you got it. Our hope is to do 2 limits there to skip his. Actually, I explained DMs.
Perfect fight.
Skip this really long move that will just he's invulnerable during, and we have to just wait for it to be over.
DM stands for desperation move.
Yes, that's all. I just want to explain it. We'll just say that. No. But unfortunately, Scar can actually act before that second limit goes off, and you're just kind of praying that he doesn't.
Yeah, if he touches the ground in any way, he
can't.
Yeah, it's the worst. Like literally yesterday, I thought I got it, and then I'm I'm acting in my limit, and he's just like, nah, I'm good. I'm gonna run around.
My anger has grown for far too long.
That's right.
Yeah. So I'll explain DMs later. This is 1K. This fight is probably referred to by people that just watch this game as press triangle to win, but it is incredibly technical. You will learn that if you run this game and see where you're losing time, or in higher difficulties, just dying out of your control. Or at least you think that. But it is... We're using these surveillance bots and using their reaction command, which is the Sparkle Ray, which allows us to melt these enemies, but we are also using camera manipulation to spawn enemies quicker, because this game was a PS2 game. While it looks like there's 1,000 Heartless on screen, there's closer to 15 on screen at any given moment. Those are just PNGs to fill out the arena. So we're trying to, as we are killing an enemy, spawning the next one in and so on, so we can actually get these 50 kills per RC. And that is a very difficult thing to do. There's also some technical things of when you hit the triangle button as you hit the ground. We're not just bashing triangle and hoping for the best. There's a lot of depth in this fight. For example, when they do this wind up, you can either just go for it like that, or we use the thunder to just skip it all together and just start the RC early. But it is RNG if that enemy will opt to do that wind up or just give us the RC.
Got him.
For free.
Oh, that was late. It's fine.
Back in the day, we called these guys Steves and Kyles, depending on if they would do the RC or not.
That's right.
Steve, we like Steve, we don't like Kyle. Sorry if your name's Kyle. I didn't come up with this naming convention.
There are 2 people on my hockey team named Kyle now. So, I was gonna be like, yeah, F Kyle, and then I was like, wait. They're good at hockey.
A photo with some ice cream? Wonder if Riku? You think?
Just this... What?
Sora, I think you gotta have to use it.
I do want to quickly shout that out, what my wife just said. She just completed her final capstone for her master's, so she is graduating.
Well, congrats.
Woo! Let's go, Jenna!
I also see that she says you've never taken her to Disney.
That's a lie. Our honeymoon was literally Disney.
She says you can't get you to go to Disney.
He's literally going Memorial Weekend.
You know, I just think it would be the Podgers thing to do if you went to Disney.
You know, Podgy, you could come to Disneyland and come visit me.
That's true. That's a good idea. She's literally going in a month.
But are you?
No, I'm not. It's a bachelorette party.
See, that's the problem.
I can't go. It's a bachelorette party. She's the is it matron of honor when you're married? Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. It changes from maid of honor to matron of honor.
Oh, you learn so many things from these streams.
I'm going to so many weddings the next year, so it's good to know.
Yeah. So yeah, her best friend is causing all that, so I don't have to worry about it. I'm going to Cedar Point because I'm a groomsman. And that's our plan.
So, this is Beast Castle, and we're only coming here just to steal a really cool Keyblade and leave.
I keep wanting to put on guard there because I want to take off guard because of any percent.
I know.
So I paused and I'm just like, hold on.
I'll say, we just got the Rumbling Rose Keyblade, which not only gives us a 1 strength increase, it also has the ability Finishing Plus, which it just gives you an extra finisher. So, while it doesn't sound that interesting, it allows us to do some really powerful things, while just spamming the same finisher with Blizzard here is already really nice. But for some reason, like, Magnet's also a finisher, so we can now look Magnet into a Thunder, and Magnet into a Finishing Leap, which is another ability. I don't know if you've used Finishing Leap, have you?
I used it on Demix for the extra damage multiplier, yeah. And during Dancers.
Yes, okay. I was trying to think, I was like, do we even still use that ability anymore?
Yes, we do.
But yeah, we also just got Guard Break, another alternate finisher, which will be our main finisher we're using for the rest of the run. This is Grim Reaper 1. This fight's mostly a cakewalk, but it's still very optimized and very technical.
And we basically, he acts the same way as the pirates, so magic works on him the same way. But he's being a butt and not giving me a reflect.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, Podgy's doing this strat here, which it allows us to do this really cool damage amp.
That was so good.
With Comet again, that was really good. And then we're gonna see the power of Master Form on a fight again. There we go. And we also just got Horizontal Slash from that, which is one of the best action abilities in the game. It makes air combos so fast.
So fast, so good. We are going to be picking up Peter Pan right here. The Feather Charm.
Ban the Pan.
We will see Pan... Well, we'll see Pan during Grim Reaper, the second Grim Reaper fight, but that's just for the experience. I'll get it. We'll see Pan later.
What if we just decide Peter Pan's a glitch and we don't let you use it?
Shut up, nerd.
Because it's a cheese.
Cheese is not glitch.
You think cheese is not good?
Glitch.
Oh, I think said cheese is not good, and I was like, what is wrong with you? Oh my goodness.
No, cheese is delicious.
Yeah.
That beef is sizzling too.
And we're making a cheeseburger now.
Exactly. I literally had chicken parm for dinner.
I haven't had dinner yet.
I knew you were a chicken parm enthusiast.
I told you, didn't I?
Who doesn't like chicken parm?
Yeah, but I wasn't expecting you to actually like have that tonight.
Oh, that was actually coincidental. I was supposed to have it yesterday, but then I messed up my timing, forgetting that Jenna had something to do, so it became leftover day, and then today became chicken parm day.
Just made my intro for you even the more accurate.
Good to know.
Yeah.
It worked. It fueled me for this run.
So we're doing some errands right here, just killing these 4 gamblers, which each have these medallions that we get, and once we get the 4th one, we get to fight the final boss of this world, which is just revisiting that Grim Reaper, but now it has the same curse that we saw from Barbossa, more lore, which just means we're going to be dealing with a lot of those medallions. Yeah, when we start this fight, while Grim Reaper's in this cursed state, we can't do any damage, but any of our magic will make him drop some medallions, and when he goes down to 0 and we put all of them back in the chest, he becomes vulnerable again. So, quick work of first phase. You went down.
Shut up! Don't worry about it!
This guy.
This
He
guy
doesn't
as
even know how
well.
to use the summon. So Peter Pan, if it's an enemy like this, we can just go and wail on them with Peter Pan. And if we keep our attacks up enough, we'll keep a stun lock going.
Yeah,
There is a way to do a stun lock on a bunch of other enemies, but it involves not using finishers. We'll get to that when we get to that.
Okay.
Alright, and then this is also a really, really cool stun lock using Comet. If we time all this right, we can just make sure that he's always being attacked by something, and while there is that revenge value thing I mentioned earlier, there are ways where you can just not allow the boss to act, and as long as you keep the stun locked, they can't do it. So, RV or not, their RV is skyrocketing, and they just can't attack. Why don't you Genie anymore?
I don't do it there just so that I can use the pan limit for the 5 summon experience.
Oh.
Yeah, it's literally just for Gold Crown so that I can get level 4.
I thought you got bad at the Genie for a bit, and I was like, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, no. It's literally, we use, like, we get Pan, and Pan is, like, it's a little bit faster, technically, if it goes well. And then I get to use his limit, which uses 5 gauges, which is 5 summon experience. So I get level 4 summon, which makes stuff later super easy.
Gotta go for the extra drive change in Halloween Town 1 so you can get Genie to get hit and get some more XP there.
Hold on. I'm level 28, okay. So we do get to throw Haga from the train.
So we're revisiting those Lock, Shock, and Barrel fight, but now we're just fighting them on their own. It's a little more mini game, so once we can get them down to 1 HP, then we just throw them into these boxes, which is a little questionable.
We're beating up children. What's wrong with that? We are also children.
Misbehaving.
Yeah, they're misbehaving. I can't keep a straight face. I'm so sorry.
We're saving Christmas?
We're saving Christmas. Yes. That's what's happening right now. We're saving Christmas.
No bulky vendors.
I don't need it. If I really want to, I'll get the one in LOD.
Make some room. So there are these random skateboards also around. I mean, there's not much to explain, but they're just in certain rooms, and you can use it to go much faster in that room. We used it especially a lot during the Roxy segment at the very beginning of the game.
Okay.
But
nice.
Even though we have Quick Run now, we still make use of it when we see it. That strat is so cool. I love doing that strat.
As do I. Right.
Also, this is entirely RNG. If there's anything you want to say, this is a good time, because if the more we talk, the more we're gonna rant about this.
Well, I have no problems with ranting, but this is No Glitches Allowed 2025 for those of you just joining us. This is the final run of our event, this run of Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. We still have to get about another $490, looks like, in order to get to our last incentive. That is the Sephiroth fight. If you have never seen the Sephiroth fight in Kingdom Hearts 2 before, it is a absolute spectacle. Not only that, how do you think you said like it'd be like 50 levels under what most people normally do?
Yeah.
Something like that? Yeah. So he's doing it extremely under level 2. So if you want to see him just dominate that, regardless of all the obstacles in his path, then we need to hit just another couple $100 here before the end of this run. Let's make it happen! Exclamation point, donate in chat, do it for the pops.
Thank you,
Yeah,
thank you.
this is another guardless strat that we're seeing there, which is like people do not know how to deal with this without guard until you have to learn it. I could explain this fight, but the more I do, the more upset I would get because this fight sucks.
It doesn't suck. It a little bit sucks.
Well, it only doesn't suck because we're using Duck Flare. By the way, this is Duck Flare. Easily the strongest limit in the entire game, and it is all because of an oversight when they ported the game to PS4. And for some reason, the limit gauge lasts longer, so that finisher only lasts a few seconds, and it lasts double what it's supposed to. So we use it mostly just for the finisher.
And it makes quick work of a lot of bosses.
We sweeping?
Are we sweeping? Of course we're sweeping.
No, no. I got the sweep and rando tonight. It's great.
Proud of you.
I'm the only one that does. Because I'm the only one that knows.
I was gonna say something mean. I'm not gonna be mean.
Is the beef not hot enough? What's going on?
The beef. Listen.
Gonna add some jalapenos to that burger.
Make it Southwest.
Make it extra spicy.
So these carpet segments are pretty difficult to have much control over, since you want them to be as close to the ground as you can, so you can basically treat it like you're not even on the carpet. But the enemies sometimes, they're flying. Sometimes they don't really care. So this segment here, we're just chasing Water Jafar. The game wants us to also attack him at certain points, but we only need to do one hit. So
It's a bit to teach you the area and teach you how to maneuver with the carpet. But we're speedrunners, so we know exactly what's happening.
this last one, it actually requires it to be a finisher, so Thunder saves a few seconds there. Or you can use Hoary Slash, which I didn't know until I started running the game again.
Yep.
So this fight is definitely harder than the first one because the enemies are more frustrating, but on beginner it's not too bad. It's just keeping control just to go quick instead of really worrying about dying like it is on critical mode.
Good fight. Now to unlock this door that's below us, we have to go hit these 3 switches that require our base elemental magic to activate. Oh, I'm messing with the targeting a little bit there to make it so that none of the Heartless are near the switch, so it's easier to lock onto it and hit Thunder. This one I'm just getting there faster than these hook bats, so that I can just lock onto it. And this one I don't have to lock onto, I just have to not be dumb and move after it's already targeted me. This switch will move toward you and make you perfectly centered, and usually if someone messes up, it's because they've moved after the fact. You just have to stand there and wait for it to activate, and then you can use your fire, and you win. Also 42
Yes,
door.
play risky. Spotting the Crimson Jazz. Turn page.
I got it.
Just saying.
I appreciate you. Sometimes.
So this is another one of those segments that it's an auto-scroller, but we do get experience here. Unfortunately, we can't use an experience boost here. It's just a really weird oversight that you technically aren't getting credit for the kills because they're hitting the arena. But we still get a decent amount of experience here. We're trying to hit a certain level range, which I think we're already about to be at.
Yeah, we're hitting level 29 right now.
Oh yeah. Well, we're trying to hit level 30 before the boss at the end of this world, and then the boss going forward here, just because that's the next strength increase, and the strats that we have are based off of that assumed strength, because it's very reasonable to get to. On beginner, I think you usually would be coming back here after I think the assumption is that you come here after BC, but then
You don't.
RXP is just so good.
That was more of a thing to get draw with enough AP to equip draw. Because you in the normal routing with like 40 AP especially. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Yeah, these guys. Rumbling Rose is a stubby Keyblade. Level 28 gives you draw, but you don't get the AP to equip it, enough AP to equip it until you hit level 29. So we go back and forth. But because of the AP that we have grabbed for Gold Crown, because we need certain endgame AP, I'm able to just do things without jumping back and forth. Because I've grabbed, let's see, I'm doing math right now, like 5 extra AP right now. And I'm still grabbing more.
It's always fun to go to that one spot, even though you could freely take so many hits on beginner. Even on crit, you could take a hit there.
Yeah. But I know it, and sometimes it's cool to show it off. Like, yeah, you can just sit there and not get hit. Instead of people freaking out and trying to, like, dodge everything, it's like, dude, chill.
We get to see a use of Sexy Pumpkin here.
Yep.
Which is the Keyblade that we got from Halloween Town, which on things like Critical Mode in level 1, the moment you get this Keyblade, you are never changing out of it, because it is an extra strength up from Rumbling Rose and 1 magic, not that it matters, but also has the combo boost ability, which every single ground finisher here does an extra percentage there. I think it's 20% more, which is incredibly powerful. It is the Keyblade of Kingdom Hearts 2 speedrunning. But on beginner, we make better use of having that finishing plus from Rumbling Rose than we do from getting this, so that will be actually our main Keyblade we use outside of this fight.
Perfect fight.
Until we get finishing plus in this category, because we can actually level up enough. But at like 90%, you literally just say like, oh, thanks, I'll use that Keyblade right there, and then never again.
Yeah. We'll see it again later. Because it is the Keyblade of KH2 speedrunning for a reason. It's just, right now, finishing plus is more important than an extra combo boost.
It's 6 strength and combo boost. It is just the boss fight Keyblade.
Exactly. Shout out to JP Chippendale.
I was just thinking, yeah, like they're actually distinguishable from each other, which you can't really say about the English dub.
No, you can. Dale's got a more, how do I describe it? Like Chip is like a chipmunk, and Dale is like.
And Dale's a Dale monk.
Dale's Dale.
Dale is Dale. I don't know how to explain it past dang it Dale.
That's all I can think of either.
It's Podge's reset sound.
That is my reset sound, which is King of the Hill, but it applies to Dale as well, especially when I ran Magical Racing Tour, because Dale would ruin everything.
It's pretty Podgers.
Oh my god.
So we're gonna fight the hyenas again. But in this one, it's kind of chasing them down, and we're gonna be doing some really creative ways to stun lock them, which is a really cool strat here. So it's going to be using this damage amplification there from Magnet and Fire, and then this damage amplification of using that Aerial Impulse, which is a really powerful thing that Lion Soarer can do, but it does kind of move the enemy around really erratically, so there's some RNG to it. But then you use that Fire just to make up for the downtime at the end of your combo to make sure you can just keep them in it.
There you go. Sometimes it gets weird. That's fine. This has been pretty good. Oop. Oop.
Yeah, right there, like you see like how hard it is to stay on the enemy.
Yeah,
that's still a good fight.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm Johning a little bit. My game's turned down a little bit, so it's a little bit harder to hear the aerial impulses to time it. Just because for some reason I'd rather hear Dewey and Bonnie than the game.
Well,
Aw.
Bonnie part makes sense.
Bonnie makes sense. For Dewey, I don't know why I ever want to hear him ever again. But yeah, I have a few ways to time it, and a lot of it has become audio cues on top of the visual cue of just the way that the things hit. But yeah, no, the real reason is I'm a bad runner. No.
No.
No, that fight.
That's not very podgies at all.
Oh my god, that fight went perfectly fine. Honestly, that's how that fight went better than even how I used to have it go.
Goes.
Yeah. There we go. So we're actually gonna run away from Pridelands for now, and we're gonna finish out Ground Shaker when we are just juiced. But we did get an extra accessory slot for completing the Hyenas fight. So we're gonna use that to our advantage right now and add another strength, and it's just gonna make the rest of these second visits that much better.
Yeah, since it's really nice that we like kind of push this Beast Castle visit into 2 different sections, where we first, just at the very beginning, after once the first and second visit started, we immediately got Rumbling Rose and then just left, and then here we just get to come in, do this fight, do the boss, and leave.
That's what Meat Grinder's supposed to look like. Flashing back to Berserkers earlier when nothing cooperated.
This fight is also incredibly scripted.
That's Hidden Dragon.
That's not the right Keyblade.
That's fine.
Not scripted anymore.
I'm gonna do this. It's fine.
You're down like 3 strength.
It's...
Well, you're down 2 strength because you have the metal.
It's fine.
It's okay. That just shows. This is going to show the power of Knuckler.
It's fine!
Yep. Knuckler is just that good.
GG.
What did I do in that menu? I'm gonna look right here, because I have to...
I was curious. Because I didn't really notice it, but I was like, did he put the right Keyblade on?
I know I did Rumbling Rose correctly, because I actively look at
it.
that. Well, yeah, and I'm using it. But then, like, I did not think about it with Valor. Maybe I put it on... Maybe I put it on Master Form. I don't know. We'll find out right now what happened. No, we're just bad.
Nope, it's just not on.
Yeah. Jackpot.
You just did a down input instead of an up input.
Actually, yeah, that's
New
exactly what happened.
It's new strats.
That... Podgy strats.
He just did basically the crit strat, though.
I
it's
did.
fine.
Actually, yeah.
Oh, so that is the benefit of running multiple categories, especially with the crit and beginner. There is a lot of crossover at this point because both categories are just so well optimized at the same time. So at this point, you kind of just do variations of the same strat that you can back up into each other.
Nice. That +1 strength is really nice there. A little bit of movement on our way. Don't know if we have any announcements. I'll give...
Well, we do have a $10 anonymous donation. Says it's always cool to see Podgy blast through Kingdom Hearts 2 and listening to that good beef sizzle. Can we get some Podgies in chat and hit that Sephiroth incentive? Podgies. I know I haven't actually said Podgies yet. You know that's a
I
that's a new
noticed. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Can we get some Podgies in chat? And I believe we are roughly halfway through this run, if I am looking at the clock correctly. So that means we are getting close to getting to the point where we need to cut off that incentive for the Sephiroth fight. So we need $380 to see that fight. As I said before, it is a spectacle. You don't want to miss it. ! Donate in chat. Let's do it for the pups.
A little bit of Magnet Finishing Leap because it's really good. Easy fight. Yeah. We're really juiced up right now. So just shredding through these enemies right now. little bit of Gold Crown specific things. We're picking up another Orichalcum. We need 6 of those. Our second Mithril Crystal of the 2 that we need. Our Torn Page, so that we can go to 100 Acre Wood next, actually. And yeah.
When it comes to the synthesis, not only do we need what we need to find for the actual recipe, there's also certain synth goals that if you just get a certain amount of certain synth items, you also get some bonuses.
Yep. Shoutouts to Nintendo for this Storm Rider strat that I'm going for.
Yep. It's so cool. I don't know how we never thought about it before.
Nice. We got it.
Yeah, sweet free. And then we just go back up. And these little horns, like this is actually fairly intended that you can, when you hit these down, it brings them down. But before, we kind of just did our own little thing. But we kind of do an intended and unintended.
Yeah.
Easy.
We call that Arceus because we used to need to get the Storm Rider's reaction command to knock him down and get some extra damage, but because we are doing those combos in such a way with Valor Form and having Decisive Pumpkin on Valor Form for that extra combo boost, we're doing enough damage and bringing him down more quickly, and we end the fight significantly faster. It's like, I think, strictly going for that, going for the strat, between not going for it is about 6 seconds, but failing Arceus is about 8 seconds. Yeah. So, little break. Now we're going to be doing 100 Acre Wood. These are all of the, you're not you can do these whenever you want once you get the Torn Pages. We batch them because speedrunning. But the way that 100 Acre Wood and Atlantica are broken up is that you need to get the requirement before coming back, and it becomes like a mini break from what you are actually doing. So instead, we're just knocking it out now. It doesn't make sense for us to come exactly
and do it that way, so yeah.
So a lot of these are, well, this one specifically and the next one are just auto-scrollers. We're just chilling, enjoying the music, wondering how chat's doing, and I see Enemy rated. Enemy is another runner. He also runs a bunch of Mario games. Really cool dude. Appreciate him supporting. Yeah. Hope everyone's doing well though.
You can interject if there's anything that comes up at all. This is gonna be next 10 minutes or so. We're gonna be just chilling here.
We vibing.
Yeah, it's all vibes.
Sky vibe.
So all of these mini games, the first time you do them, which is right now, you just have to get through them. The second time though contributes to a journal entry of like a score requirement for the minigame. So even though I'm doing them right now like this, there's no score being applied, so I would have to do this again anyways if I were doing like a Jiminy's journal run.
Yep.
So I'm just doing it right now because it's fun. I missed that.
It's also like kind of hard to dodge most of this without hitting them.
Yeah. I'm also scaring rando runners because this is normal speed.
It's so slow. It's half speed.
It's half speed. Oh man. You can actually lose time there by not being next to Piglet. So
you can choose the speed of your auto-scroller?
So once you're at the very end, so Piglet shows up at that side of the screen right there. So if you don't immediately grab Piglet, any subsequent time not spent grabbing Piglet is time lost.
Oh,
well, also,
okay.
I think what we're referring to is if Randa, there's some quality of life of these auto-scrollers that are at double speed because they aren't very hard and they're just auto-scrollers. So
right.
Okay, so it's a mod.
Yeah, so rando players need a mod because they want to not spend time in minigames, or they cut out minigames entirely. I'm still never forgiving them for cutting out Dragon's Emnus.
Okay, in old rando, we never got health. So...
Well, you get it now, so...
We do. I've said that we should bring it back.
Do it. Anyways.
It's hard to...
God. I usually play Subway Surfers on my phone. No, so normally what I do right now is I do chess puzzles on chess.com. But we're vibing right now, so it's fine. I'll also mute my mic and do my babble for the day, but I already did my babble for the day. So, yeah.
Chat, what's your favorite way to not play an auto-scroller?
Actually, yeah, I'm curious. Also, if you pay attention, Winnie the Pooh sounds like the JP Winnie the Pooh sounds both like a toddler and an old man whenever he says something. Check Discord? You're making me check Discord right now? What did you do? Oh, that's true. Turtwiggy does say hey Podgy and Podgers, referring to, I think, to my chat as Podgers.
Good. Good.
Oh god.
It's spreading. I swear, this is gonna get over by the end of the run, and like next time I get to host for you, like I want your #1 emote in your chat to be Podgers.
But my #1 emote is Ariel.
That's true. It is the Y.
That is some stiff
Are you for real?
competition.
Yeah. Someone put that in chat, please, because it's the best emote alive.
I'll settle for #2,
Okay.
but you gotta get Podgers over.
Also, yeah, Dewey's got death. No, Anime. I said Ariel, not Goofy. Thank you.
That is the #2. I think.
Right now, Goofy is #2. Okay, this is the non-auto scroller.
Got a 49.
No, I'm bad.
He missed.
I missed. I'm bad.
He's gonna get a 44 now. If that. Oh no, he sucks.
Oh, that is a very good
It's
Ariel
fine.
emote. She's just gone.
Hey,
She
speaking of
just
Sonic
far
Shadow Silver,
gone.
Sonic Shadow Silver, the reason why this game or this category got so optimized.
The GOAT.
The goat herself. Also, yeah, that emote is fantastic. Of Popcat, but my dog.
So there's actually some really cool
Oh yeah,
tech in this minigame here.
this minigame is cool.
There are certain sections where they bring bees, and we're really afraid.
Well,
of
speaking of bees, because I missed it.
I don't know if I can handle this.
It's
Anyways, so they're gone now. But obviously, they're very easy to deal with, but it does lose time. So there are these specific areas that we use a higher jump for limit form.
fine. Waiting for
And
Eeyore.
then doing a hit. Yeah. We are escorting them. If they ever fall behind, we do have to worry about it. But yeah, those bee skips are really cool.
And we're using limit form here, which is also a recolor, because we get high jump and a little bit of a faster movement speed. Makes everything faster here. And then we got a little bit of movement tech also with limit form right here to get up to Winnie the Pooh faster.
This one's so cool.
Just gonna move right here and then swing, and we're already up.
It's like Cage 1 movement tech. I love it.
Yeah, exactly. Alright. So we're gonna yeet the pot real quick against the tree, and we're done.
That's faster.
Yeah. Hitting the tree is faster because then it doesn't travel as far. Go figure. Alright, now we'll continue with the story again. Now we're getting in, we're almost to the point where we're gonna, like, get into the real nitty-gritty of Gold Crown. Everything that we've done so far has essentially been all worlds with a couple of extra things, like grabbing extra items, or doing that mushroom. After we do this visit of Twilight Town and the Roxas fight, we are going to be doing a lot of Gold Crown specific things. Go.
Yeah, we are reaching what is normally the end of the run at 90%.
Yeah, but we still have a little under 2 hours to go.
And also, another mod that we will also be seeing later is Credit Skim, which saves 26 minutes.
Yeah.
Because, well, isn't it random on beginner if you get the secret ending?
No.
Or no, beginner, you can't get it.
No, well, you're referring to the non-lingering will one, right?
No, I'm referring to the lingering will one.
No. That one is for completing the specific story flags for it.
Really? No, I'm talking about the actual cutscenes, not the fight.
Yeah, no, that's what I meant. The one that the cutscene everyone thought was Kingdom Hearts 3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that is specifically for beating Space Paranoids 2 and Olympus Coliseum 2. And 100 Acre Wood in Atlantica. Yes. Yeah. We
because like when you're hovering over the difficulties, it says like this one will not let you get the secret ending. So what is that referring to?
That is referring to a different cutscene, I believe. If I remember correctly.
What is it?
Yeah, you get the
Sonic knows. Sonic knows everything.
The Gathering is the cutscene we're referring to, and I believe there's
Yes.
another cutscene. We'll let the goat decide.
I don't understand.
I'm gonna
where
use
Sonic keeps all this data.
I'm gonna use
Sonic
the best limit in
knows
the game.
everything. Yep, Whirly Goof.
That's Whirly Goof. It's really cool. Birth by Sleep is the other one. Okay. So there is another
Is it the one with
cutscene.
Aqua's armor?
Oh, it's the one with Roxas and Riku fighting, is it not?
Deep Dive? That's KH1.
What am I? Oh, man, I'm thinking of something else, yeah.
That's KH1, and then also just the cutscene after the Roxas fight. That's...
Okay, we're on... Oh, I thought we had the timing. It's fine. Okay, we're good. Yeah, Axel likes to ruin everything, but it's...
Yep.
I was holding forward and I got a guard? Hello? Anyways, that was silly. Okay, so we're through Twilight Town. I call Mickey and Axel Beavis and Butthead because they can ruin everything just like they both literally did. We're gonna grab this Orichalcum and not forget it. Alright. And now we got Roxas.
I see where I'm confused. I looked up the secret ending.
Oh, okay. Looking up the secret ending instead of explaining a really cool strat. Love my commentators. Oh, I messed up anyways.
So this is Fast and Furious, or FNF for short. And Pod's also doing it wrong. But
yes,
that's why I didn't explain. That's actually why I didn't explain it. So, harking back to that revenge value that I was referring to earlier, and I said sometimes it's just for the sake of like dodging the attack. This is a case where we can really abuse that because this ground and revenge attack of just the full combo, we can use that reflect and just make it such good use out of it. Even the old version of this Roxas strat also made great use of actually his air retaliation. So we've always been abusing his RV in this fight as long as there's been the fight available.
Alright. So now we are going to
Gold Crown things here.
do Gold Crown things here in Force Final Form.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sure a lot of people growing up had to look up videos on how to get Final Form in KH2 English, and just like it just was from going into the form repeatedly. Basically, once you've completed the story flag after Roxas, if you go into anti-form, people thought it was 5 times. It can be more. It is RNG. It will just become Final Form and then unlocks the form. And Roxas gives you a Keyblade that called To Become One that forces you to either go into anti-form or Final Form. So it allows us to force it very quickly here. Was that 4 or 5?
That was 5. We proved
cool.
that.
So we have already hit. We've already proved it wrong.
Proof that 5th try is not guaranteed. 6th try.
You were at so this is 6 try actually because you were at 4 drive.
No,
so
I
you were
wasn't. I
at
popped
enough
wisdom
to
form.
consider fine.
That's 7.
Never mind.
Oh my
It was
god.
patched. Can we go with the record? What's going on?
That that was
7th try into the marathon is crazy.
wow.
So people thought, like I've told people this, that 5 is not a guaranteed, and people have that have ran this game for the better part of a decade have told me that I'm dumb and I'm wrong.
Well, you
Yeah,
see it here,
guaranteed.
folks. It's not guaranteed. 5th try.
Yep. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of glad that happened.
That is like singular percentage things after 5. Because every time you go into anti-forum, it becomes higher thing. At the 5th try, I think it's like 80 or 70%.
Something like that, yeah.
And then after that, it goes down to like single digits.
Wow. Oh, that's a fine.
So that's crazy.
I accidentally hit save, and I have a bunch of saves, so it's gonna take a moment, but
Yep.
it's fine.
Oh, look at that time loss.
It doesn't matter on load list.
I was gonna say, on load
haha.
list, it actually does lose time. It does in rando. In rando, it doesn't pause.
Oh, that's funny, actually. Wow.
Yeah, we get punished.
Hold on. No, not an elixir, that. There we go. Alright, so now we're gonna be doing a thing where we're leveling up final form for a little bit. We need to be level 5 on final form, and we're coming into this room because these dancers will drop Twilight Stones sometimes. And we need 2 of
I was
them.
gonna say, we don't have any lucky luckies, so this is a fairly low drop rate. So we are just relying on drop luck, but we are trying to get so many run throughs of this to level up Sora and level up final form anyway, because final form levels up from nobody kills, and nobody's inherently just give a lot of experience anyway. So we're doing like triple duty here, so we don't really care that we're running through this so many times
Yeah.
to get any of this, because it all helps each other.
Wow. 2 passes getting nothing kind of stinks. We also need 2 Twilight Shards, which we'll get from Gamblers and Dusks in the mansion. So eventually we'll get everything, and then we will go synth some Moon Amulets. But right now, this luck is marathon luck.
Yes, it is.
That's a stone. That's 2 stones.
There's another. So that
That's
was
a
3
shard.
offers without getting a single one, and then that was 2 back.
And we got 75% of our synth requirement right there. That's great.
Yep.
So now, we're not going to go into that room anymore. We're going to move on to the library and the foyer to get our last shard, and also our last orichalcum, because there's a chest in here with an orichalcum.
I forgot that I made the final recolor.
Yeah, because it does something later.
Oh, I do remember that.
Thank you, yes. Also, this is pretty normal pace, because we hit level 3 and got our synth. Yeah, this is fine. We're good. Okay, we're gonna move over to Disney Castle real quick, because there's a Moogle right here, where we can do our synthing. I'm also gonna sell my potions, because it's gonna help me later. And then I'm gonna buy my some ethers here.
One gives us money and also helps our menuing if we just get them out of the way.
Yeah, it helps with using drive recoveries later. 1 less button press each time saves barely any time, but, you know, speedrunners. I didn't use my Moon Amulets, did I? No, I didn't.
You didn't have to come on.
Yeah, I didn't. Okay. I felt it. There we go. Now we have them. So those give us strength, magic, and ability points.
Yep.
So it's going to make this grind a little bit faster, especially with the subsequent level ups that we're getting. Yeah, we're already level 37. We're going to be ending level 41, if I remember correctly, when all this is done.
What is also nice from all this is, so each drive form has its own associated growth ability. Final form is the best one, which is glide here, and as you level up that form, you get a higher one on base Sora as well. So that'll, that's why final form is the most efficient thing to level up, because it increases our Sora level, which makes us do more damage. It makes you stay in final for longer. It helps us get synth items, because we're doing on the enemies, we need to get those anyway. and it also gets us better movement. So it is quadruple duty, actually. So, very beneficial.
Yes. Sorry. Trying to focus as well.
Focusing on the grind.
That was a cheeky kill.
Yeah, Pod's being very careful to not run out of drive here, because then he's gonna have to waste drive recoveries or use magnet in something to like try to get his drive back, which would lose a decent amount of time. So, and like we said before, if you leave the world or go somewhere where you lose your party members
That's really
while
good.
in a form or summon, you get all your drive back. So it allows us to do this grind really effectively.
Oh, because I was in the wrong spot. That's why. Okay, we're good.
Combo master.
Combo master.
My favorite ability. Why isn't it on?
We'll get it on in a bit. Phrasing. But yeah, so we're level 4 right now. So we got through here, through that pass pretty well off in terms of kills. So we just need to do 2 more full passes through the mansion, and then we'll be just enough kills to that when we move on to the next room or next area where we do some grinding, we can just get final 5 on the way.
Yeah, and then we'll also do the next mushroom hit.
Yes. A lot of birds with 1 stone.
A Twilight Stone.
And it's... Exactly. Okay, I just went across the load zone, that's cool.
Yeah. Like Mario World, the doors are very difficult to enter. You must keep facing them as you're holding forward.
Okay.
This is Japanese with English subtitles. This is a mod that
Yes.
allows us to use the Japanese voices.
That was actually the bid war prior, was do we get to use the mod or not? And we made it happen, yeah. So
Yeah, I think the Japanese restream might have had a thing or two to do with that. Which big shout outs to our Japanese restreamers.
That's
I've worked
awesome.
with them on multiple occasions through multiple events. They are always just a fantastic team to work with.
yeah, awesome of them. And the JPKH community, KH speedrunning community is also just fantastic. They work so well with us.
Very, very fitting game with how important the Japanese community is in this game.
And it's kind of like blowing me away that the Japanese dub is a mod, because it's like really well done. Like it's very professional.
Well, so the Japanese dub does just exist for the game.
Oh, does it?
This
Okay.
game, yes, because there's the Japanese release of this game, since it's a Japanese game.
Right.
But this is a mod that allows us to use it in this version.
Oh,
Because
okay.
it isn't native
I
to this
didn't realize
version.
there weren't any language options.
Yeah,
Yeah, for specifically this game, for the PC port of Kingdom Hearts 3, there is. And I think there are language options now but you have to make it so it's the text and the...
yeah. On Steam, you can
Voices.
make it like the actual like full-on version of that game.
release.
But this is still the English version of the game with Japanese voices. So it literally just
Gotcha.
replaces those audio files.
Yeah, especially because the Japanese version doesn't have that little exploit with duck flare that we mentioned earlier. So,
Well, no wonder it sounds so professional. Because
Yeah, it's professional.
It just literally is.
this is actually a really cool optimization to level up Master here.
Oh, we're not doing Master just
coming
yet.
up in this here.
Yeah. First, we're getting some money.
Oh, we got the glitch. Nice.
Yeah.
That visual bug is fairly rare, but...
We say glitch, but we mean
Good.
bug.
Well, yeah, 'cause it's not beneficial. It's just a visual
Yeah,
thing.
it's a visual bug. It's really funny. Okay.
Also, that money up there could sometimes be unreachable and be considered out of bounds.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just wanted to show that real quick.
Yep.
I'm getting a lot of dice, which is really good because they don't get like knocked up in the air. Oh, that did not...
It's also faster and, in my opinion, way easier.
It is.
Because of data lock cert, I can't do normal minigame speeds. It messes with me.
Really?
Yeah.
Buddy. So they do that sometimes. They'll start a minigame and then they'll hive mind into doing their like attack. I think I have like one more to do.
Their AI does move together, which is really strange sometimes.
All right. If I did not get enough money, I'll just come back in real quick. But I think I got enough. Yeah, we're good. Actually, that was perfect. So my internal clock did me well there. I want to put on Sweet Memories, which is our Keyblade from 100 Acre Wood. And then I want to put on Driver Converter. And then I want to do this to make sure that once I do enough blizzards here, that I should get 3 drive. Oh, I messed that up. Here.
Yeah, you need to immediately do it.
Hold on. I'm gonna do that, knock him down, and then go through the door, because now I'm at 3.99 drive. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, I just did not press the button. There we go. We'll line him up with Blizzard. That's 1. I messed up. That's okay.
I didn't use neither.
And
That also works.
okay, again, 1.
Apologize.
Oh my goodness, why can't it do the minigame? I was late that time. Hold on. It's throwing for content, right? That's what we're doing. More time for Sephiroth.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah, we
That was a much
still
better time.
need $380 in order to get that Sephiroth fight, and that time isn't getting any longer. It is, in fact, doing quite the opposite. We are
There we
starting
go.
to run out a bit.
3 of those give
So-
us enough drive orbs to get level 5. Sorry, I just had to quickly say that. Go for it.
It's all good. I was just saying, if you want to see that Sephiroth fight, the ultimate spectacle that it is, we need to hit that $3,500 incentive. And time is running out. Get him in now! ! Donate in chat. All your money is going to the Go Rescue Pet Adoption Center. Every dollar counts. Let's do it for the pups.
Yeah.
There we go.
And that's a very specific amount of experience we're trying to get to not only make it to level 3 to get the aerial dodge, and also get to make it to level 4, which gives us an air combo plus ability, which just has us do an extra hit before a finisher, which you might think that that'll be pretty counterintuitive to not go to our finishers immediately, but there are some pretty specific fights that you want to spread out those air combos.
We will showcase that at the end of the run. So this is another mushroom. We need to... They're scattered all over the place, and we just have to hit them. We need to get a score of 40 here. We also completely glossed over, just like chatted up, the hardest mushroom in this game. The one that was outside the tower.
I was gonna say mushroom 9 or 8?
8.
8, yeah. One outside the tower. I'm sure anyone that has done post game in this game probably spent hours on that one, because you need to get 80 hits, and every after the first 20 hits or so, every 10 hits he will jump away from you, and you have to catch up, and it's people probably use a lot of comment and a bunch of things to try to do it. It sucks. Even with the current strat, it kind of sometimes can still be out of your hands.
Yep. Yeah. We don't need the... I used to grab all of the drive recoveries, all the money everywhere, but with some new routing, I don't need all the drive recoveries, so I just leave that room ASAP. It saves a little bit of time instead of needing to grab everything and then go. Alright, so this is Absent Silhouette Lexaeus. Hold on. I guess we got to explain Absent Silhouette fights.
Yeah, so these are special fights that are an extra fights that were added for the Final Mix version, which these are actually boss fights from the previous game of Chain of Memories, and this fight is so fast.
Really good.
That Magnet Whirly Goof is actually Data Org strats, which we'll see later again. And So these are just already like nice little bonus fights for us, but we have to do them to set up the Data Org fights at the very end, which I don't know if we want to take the chance to explain those super bosses or just wait till they show up later.
We can wait. Basically, we don't see these in the base game. We see them, well, they're Final Mix exclusive, and they are the bosses that we encountered in Chain of Memories. So we don't encounter them in this game, so this is their way of letting us encounter them in this game. It is their, like, essence or whatever. What are you doing, buddy? Oh, you got... Okay, I have to reset the room now. That was silly. That's fine. There we go. That's what I wanted. There we go. He was being a silly little beaver. He attacks you, and we use Reflex to damage him real quick. Alright.
Yeah, you have a tiny bit of iframes outside of, like, at the end of a Reflect. So we can use that because when you jump, and because Final Form, you can do your magic while you're in the air and not stall in the air. You can hit the ground quickly, cancel it quickly, and then jump and start another Reflect, so you can have complete invincibility if you time it correctly, which allows us to do that mushroom really quickly, which just charges you and does constant damage, and so we let him damage himself.
Alright, so we are done with our grind. Now we're gonna basically do a bunch of mushrooms and abs and silhouettes. And finish out the rest of the stories before we have to do what would be story endgame. So this is Mushroom 11. It's a mix and match. We have to find the one that's real. That's the one that jumped, so I'm just keeping an eye track on it, and then I'm gonna use Final Form Glide to damage him.
Yeah. Final Form Glide here.
Oh, I forgot to put on Pumpkin, it's fine.
That's okay, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Mushroom 10 here. This is the one based off of Luxord.
Wow, I still 2-cycled?
No, please cycle. I thought you might have to 3-cycle.
I thought so too.
Yeah, that one there. The Final Form Glide does damage, but like, it does a pretty, like, you can see while he's gliding, it just moves like every couple seconds, so it's not that effective. But it starts the moment you start your glide. So if you're against a hitbox and you just mash square in the air, it is the most DPS you can do in the game. It also eats you your drive really quick, so it's good that we leveled up our Final Form. This is also huge shout out to Sonic here. This is such a good, cool strat.
That's not good.
Ooh, that's not gonna work. That's not Sonic's fault. That's
It's fine. I'll just do this.
It'll just not clear.
Yep. Fine. I didn't get to do the cool thing, but that's because I was a little bit late. She also, the clone, decided to start slow. It's okay. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
I'm mad.
That's fair.
It's a cool fight.
It is a cool fight. Here's another fun,
Yeah, so we're just doing a cool boss rush here, going through these 5 apps and silhouettes, just to get these all done, so we can be all set for Data Org.
Hi, Vexen.
This fight gets incredibly trivialized by fire, especially with Final Form. So, Final Form Fire, the reason it's so effective here, one, it gets more damage amplification because it's the Keyblade spinning and the fire.
Sorry, Vexen.
It also doesn't add revenge value because of that thing where the same things that damage amp also sometimes do not add revenge value, where if you're doing a fire and anything else is hitting the boss.
Yeah, it's because
it's very strange.
It's because the final hit of fire applies revenge value. So the game never says that you've reached the final hit. It's always the first hit. Whereas with our physical hits like aerial dive, aerial spiral, when damage amp happens there, the first hit of those moves apply RV. So then every hit applies RV and damage amp.
Yep. Yeah, more Final Glide. Yeah, you need to do this in under 10 seconds. But
we do it in 4.
And that was kind of slow, not gonna lie. Like, that could have been even faster.
Yes. Alright, this is Mushroom 2. Everyone thinks, like, pop Stitch for the magic recovery, and then, like, use Reflex and stuff. Nah, we're just gonna...
Yeah, Final Form realizes this.
We're just gonna use Final Form Glide and just sit in
Yeah,
place.
Final Form Glide has a parry on the front. It won't work for all of the things happening here, but whenever it's facing the front, he also did approach him, so he did move further back to make sure that he doesn't get clipped, because it isn't that big of a radius that those Keyblades parry at.
He still has 2 other, like, burst options that I will have to reflect for, which is fine. But I can react to that.
Oh.
No, that's fine that I miss one.
You can miss like 3.
Yeah. There it is. The more he moves, the more obnoxious it is. Okay, we're done. Actually, it's literally just this left. Yeah, I was like, the math ain't mathin'.
Yeah, every single one applies 3, so because he missed one, he missed getting 100.
It's fine.
No S rank.
Oh my god. Alright, so now we're back and doing Ground Shaker. And now we're juiced up, and we're gonna show you precisely why we came here later. After this little
I'm
quick
going to take this opportunity to take the time to finally explain DM. So DMs are short for Desperation Move. It is basically known as like the ultimate attack that a boss has. Usually it's characterized by the sky turning like dark and then being invincible while you're waiting for them. So we're going to hope to skip that DM, and that will be most strats. Anything time the boss has a DM, we'll be opting to try to skip it as we can, because you're just waiting for them to be vulnerable so you can fight them. So those are DMs, and he normally would have used that here, but because we're in the limit here and target him while we're in the air, it skips it, so we can just kill him. It's great because the DM is horrible.
Yeah.
You weren't just getting a bunch of private messages. The DMs mean something completely different.
Precisely.
Oh, I understand now. So yeah, I'm learning this run.
Alright, so we're gonna use Berserker Soul again, and put on some draws so that we can do this next mushroom.
Because this mushroom basically is going to be dropping a bunch of orbs, and you need to reach 400 or 450? 450 to succeed, and we need to get at least an A rank on all of these, so there are different levels of success here. And these, almost immediately after hitting the ground, will immediately despawn. So we need to try to pick these up as quick as possible. It's not too bad, but he can kind of speed up at seemingly random times and troll you a bit.
So the burst options are all at the same time. The movement is trolly.
Yes.
So if you know the music timing, you know when the mushroom is going to run off like this. It's going to run off now, yep. But we're good. So I just have to wait for him.
What Podgy's also doing here at the end of any of these is a lot of the time he's doing like a magnet as he's leaving the room, because Final Form Magnet also gathers all of the drops on the floor, which is really convenient. So he doesn't have to like go all the way at the end of the room and come back.
Yeah, but he was kind of far away.
He has enough job recoveries.
Exactly. Magic lock on, air combo boost. Yes, I can just do that now since I did it now, and then Comet.
Yeah, these minigames don't really do anything for us too much, but it does drop certain synth items which are nice, and particularly drive recoveries, which we make use of.
Precisely, yeah.
And some money. But we do need to do all 13 of them and get a good enough score to get one of the proofs, which gives us one of our crowns.
Now we got Marluxia. His whole thing is he tells us about our car's extended warranty, and then we get cursed.
Yeah, that's how many years his warranty will last, so he'll be okay.
Pretty good.
Yeah, not too bad. That warranty was really extended. But anytime that Marluxia
That was weird.
hits him with the scythe, it will reduce that number. So if that number reaches 0, he will die. He's not going to get hit 40 times. If he does, then I might have to have a talk to him.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe he might. But then there's certain attacks that Marluxia has that will still do the deal
I messed up a
normal
little
health.
bit.
But these
Okay, we're just gonna
don't
do
touch
that
his
and we're
health.
good to go. So he's gonna go center. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, and he is going to the Duck Flare to also save Donald really quickly because he needs Donald alive to use his limits there. And he's now damage amping Reflect and Duck Flare. He's also using a really cool ability called Combo Master, which is a kind of complicated ability. Basically, usually you can't continue a combo unless you connect with an enemy. Combo Master removes that, which also allows us to do Reflect, Slapshot Reflect, which allows us to do multiple Reflects much quicker and can stack that invincibility frames that we saw with the final form when we were jumping up and down, and also just allows us to do a lot of damage.
29 years left on that extended warranty, too.
I know.
It's still pretty good.
Pretty
That's
solid,
a good deal.
Yeah.
Gotta say, the ratio of how much you lost definitely is kind of rough. Like,
Yeah.
losing 20 years, that's not great, but keep out fingered square.
No, so I went too far back in my menus and I was trying to go to items. And I hit square, and on Steam that pulls up the settings menu.
Which I thought was so convenient on the first day I got the Steam version, and then I
and then
started playing more, and it's so annoying.
Yeah, there's an Epic Games version, which is the original PC port, and then Steam got it, and now we don't ever have to worry about Fortnite crashing Epic Games servers, because Epic Games, regardless of whether you're playing a single-player game or not, forces you to have an internet connection. Whereas with Steam, you don't have to worry about that. So basically, everyone who wants to spend more money on Kingdom Hearts again can have that luxury of not needing to worry about their internet.
No, my dear, which we were so like, we theorized so long ago that if Steam got it, that we would be able to have that, and it did, and it was. So thank God we were not just coping.
Okay. Well, we have a couple other things. We have one more thing we have to do first, or two things we have to do first, and we have a little bit of a texture. I don't know what. Call it a glitch. Call it a bug. So you guys can tell that Final Form has some pink applied to it, because Dewey, like I asked him to, and he provided, and it's beautiful, and I love it to death. There is one cutscene in this game.
It pulls from the model a little strangely.
It pulls from the model a little strangely. Just look at Sora's hair when I tell you to. It's for that one cutscene we skip, and it's gone, but that's the only instance that we've ever seen it. So first we have to fight Zexion, which is a very trivial fight. We stop him from throwing Donald and Goofy into the book world by popping Final Form as he wants to turn him into books, and then we stagger him and use fire.
We've had access to this fight for 2 hours, so that should tell you how trivial this boss is.
Yeah, it's meant to. So we learn about Ebbs and Silhouettes during the first visit of Olympus Coliseum. That is
You're
how
not
long.
supposed to fight it that early,
Right?
But you can.
But yes, exactly.
Usually, I think most people in the mid game or like towards late game are when they start doing it, which is kind of the way that we're doing it. But people also don't realize that to use like Final Fire for that.
All right.
So the cutscene after this fight is gonna be the one where you wanna look at Sora's hair.
Yeah, right now. Watch this cutscene as after it fades to black. I'll let it play for a moment. Hair glitch.
Yeah.
Hey, that's illegal. This is no glitches allowed.
It's not a game bug. It's a Dewey texture bug. Is that okay?
I don't know what I did wrong.
I don't know either. It's only that cutscene. Only that cutscene. Only that.
And I don't think it happens for me.
That is even funnier because as soon as like the frame change or the camera changes, it's gone. It's back to normal. I don't
because it pulls from a different model. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. All right.
For some reason, that exact one pulls from the player model instead of the cutscene model.
All right, that's
But,
good.
like, not all of it. Yeah. So this fight, what we're trying to do is keep him from getting control, because then he will go back to being vulnerable again. He's about to try to do it, but we're going to be able to catch him in time.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah. So he would have started trying to do a fire pillar, which we would have had to use those aura spheres again to make him vulnerable again, but we were able to catch him.
Yeah. I think, so a lot of the times what I do is I'll hit him with another light orb for that little extra damage. I wanted to see if I didn't actually need it. Apparently I did, because I didn't get enough damage with the Whirligoof, which is fine. Alright, another mushroom, and then we get to move on to Space Paranoids.
This one's neat.
This one is neat. A lot of times people use Wisdom Form for this and kind of just like glide around and turn into Patrick saying, "Don't touch me, I'm sterile." But I'm just going ham on them with Final Form because the Keyblades are mostly protecting me. I'm still keeping a sharp eye on everything. And there's a point where their health increases so much that I cannot do this. And I'll start doing Reflex at that point. I could revert and use limits if I wanted to, but I'm insane.
Yeah. So at this point, they now have enough health where they would take it 2 hits, so you're even seeing it that they're lasting like a frame longer. But eventually they just start having like 5 hits or 6 hits that they need to take, so it becomes a lot more scary.
Got it. There we go. Hit me! Hit me, baby, one more time.
He usually does need to get hit to finish it or reach 100, so it is funny that he needs to like wait for them. They've been trying to hit him all this time, and then when he actually wants to get hit,
then they don't. Yeah, exactly. Alright. Space Paranoids 2. We go into Hollow Bastion, and weird things are happening. Go figure. What? Those are enemies from the computer. Why are they out in the world? Play the video game.
play the video game.
Play the video game. It's been out for 20 years. What are you doing? Well, this version's been out.
I just burned to dust.
This version's been out for
some iteration of
years.
this game has been out for 20 years.
I remember like buying it like 18 years ago.
Oh,
Used at GameStop.
Oh, wow. Alright, before we move on, we're gonna go talk to the Gullwings. Liar!
Yep.
Tricked us! We get their Keyblade, which is gonna be really nice in post-game.
Yeah, what a butchering of Final Fantasy characters, by the way.
Yeah, actually. Fun fact, Riku is actually supposed to be in KH1, but they were like, we shouldn't have a character called Riku and another character called Riku with a different spelling in the same video game. So then we got Yuffie.
Yeah, Riku was supposed to be on Destiny Islands, right?
Yeah, Riku was going to be on Destiny Islands. No. They were going to be with Squall and stuff, but they decided to have Yuffie instead.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep.
Riku would have made sense there.
Yeah, but also Riku and Riku.
Yep.
Could have just given her another name like Leon.
True.
True.
I will say, Yuffie does call him Squall in KH1.
Yeah.
I think
once.
you've ever done it, Squall. That's Leon.
Just once, just so people know that it's actually.
I'm Leon now. I'm here. Deal
Leon
with
now,
it.
but
I'm
Leon
Leon.
Squall.
It's like when Terrence Howard was recast as Don Cheadle in Iron Man 2, and it's like, I'm here. Deal with it.
Imagine not being called Squall.
Right? Oh, man. So we got this IO tower fight. It's just another mob fight that we're gonna trivialize with Final Form since we can. We're gonna use some magic lock-on strats here. Of course, that didn't hit exactly how I wanted, but it's fine. That one hit how I wanted, and that one almost hit how I wanted. Regardless. So, regardless of where we are on the field, because we have magic lock-on, our magic will always hit a target. No matter how far away we are, like, if we're not in range, we are always in range. And we are going to use that a lot.
Uh-huh. We're going to see that in one spot in a really cool way.
We're going to see it in 2 spots in a really cool way.
Sure.
3 spots. Sorry.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say core. I
Core,
was thinking about I was
core
thinking
twice,
X2.
and final fights.
Yeah.
Yeah,
God, I'm so proud of this recolor.
it's great.
He took it away from me.
Okay, the Solar Sailor has specific spawns that I'm just waiting for.
Yeah, I didn't mention it earlier, or we're gonna touch it on a bit with Master Form. Just the way that we mentioned earlier, Valor Form was a very like a combat-based form, and you couldn't use magic. And the Wisdom Form was obviously almost only magic, and then you didn't really do much else. And the Master Form was like a little bit of a blend. Final Form is truly like combat at its finest with magic and physical attacks.
Right.
So all of those things are so inherently way more powerful. No matter which magic, any of them get such cool upgrades to them. I think the only one that doesn't get anything that interesting is Reflect.
Yeah.
Because Reflect just like it just gets some keyblades going around it. Magnet's cool because it like goes immediately. Fire obviously gets this like tower of fire and also has the unintended or like not adding RV. Blizzard's a cool shotgun with it, and then Thunder obviously attacks twice, which is always very. And then the finishing is crazy.
It's a blanket of thunders. Yeah.
Yup. It's kind of like Thunder from KH1.
Actually, that's a good way to put it. Little glide there just for the fun of it.
Oh yeah, I forgot how long this fight is on Rando.
Yep. We got the MCP. Japanese MCP is wonderful.
He's not doing too well.
We're gonna stop damaging him so that we don't push his phase too quickly. We're gonna glide over here because we know that our block that we broke is right here. And we're gonna make JPMCP go. Ugh!
Yeah, just trying to set up a 3-cycle here.
Yeah, we're setting up a 3-cycle. If we overdamage, then it would be not great.
Yeah, this sets up. Also, fun fact: you can actually hit MCP with the Blizzard.
Yes.
If you're aimed at him right before you actually do the RC, which a lot of people don't know. But during last phase, that door appears if you're on the opposite side of Giant Sark, and which one-shots him. I don't know why. It makes the game so much easier. But I guess they realized that the DM is so scary and one-shots you have most difficulties that they're like, let's throw him a bone at least on a little bit.
Make it a little
Also,
fair.
happy 3 hours.
We have just hit the 3-hour mark. RTA, yeah. So...
Yeah, that means we only have like less than an hour and a half in order to reach that incentive to get that Sephiroth fight. We still need to get the ball moving on that. Need get to $3,500. We are, let's see, we have at 3,100, little 3,100. I think we can do it, chat. You've done crazier things before. I've seen it happen. You can do it again. Let's do it. Once again, for the pups.
For the pups. Also, my...
Bonnie, do you like musicals?
I'll be real. I hate this segment. This is my least favorite part of the game. I do like musicals. I was a theater kid. I was.
Don't worry, you're not, I was as well, and I also hate this segment.
But yeah, no, this segment sucks.
So in my opinion, I think it's a little bit better with JP.
Well, it's more bearable for sure.
Yeah.
Well, because Donald,
I can see
they
that.
could actually sing.
Chat, you know what to do. Chat, you know what to do. I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna let this one happen. Look at Bonnie. Look at Ariel.
Yeah, I see where you got the emote.
Yeah.
She's so unimpressed by Basora's dancing skills. In fact, she's just like pretty emotionless throughout this whole mini game. It's kind of funny, honestly.
So there's the basic like face animations or like no animations thing, and then there's like high res animations. Like for some reason in those mini games, oh, I know why, because they don't have to sing. You don't get the high res ones, but you can definitely tell when it flips. All right, so
Swim this
Oh
way,
my
we'll
God.
dance and we'll play. Now it's very easy. Come on now and take a chance and shake a fin.
thank you, Dewey.
Yeah, you can do it.
I know it's out of sync of it, so I don't want to actually sing along to the whole thing.
I was gonna
but-
say,
It only makes it better.
yeah.
But like, also a theater kid, so I also like to play with my own voice.
Yeah, I'm a musician myself. Yeah, JP is actually a little bit easier because all of these QuickTime events are actually timed to the JP versions of these songs.
Yep.
That's if you've ever felt like specifically with part of your world that it feels like the timing is stupidly awkward. It's because it's time to
the
JP.
Japanese version.
And with JP, they sing what's written, and in English they do their interpretations. Like, I'm blanking on her name right now, the voice actress for Ariel. Great singer, love her
Oh,
interpretations, but they are not the like perfect time with everything. So the QuickTime event is
Benz.
weird. Thank you.
Yeah. Because I will say, also saves us from copyright because that is the official part of your world song coming up.
That's actually
like,
true.
Like straight up from the movie. Though it is like only like half the song, which is very nice. At least it is. The song feels so quick.
Also, he drums
But-
to QQQ, whereas it's drum, drum, drum in English,
Yep.
and it's annoying as hell.
It's not
Thank you,
even a
Sonic.
solo. That doesn't count as a solo.
True.
You don't just
Subarashi!
bang the drum 3 times, call that a solo. It actually is a better
Come
song.
along,
Japanese,
just
though.
join in the song, and it's a goal for everyone to have a lot of finny fun.
It was a better song.
I think the Little Mermaid specific songs are like basically on par. I think the KH specific songs are better
Terrible.
in JP. Like the one where you fight Ursula. Ursula's voice actress is Orochimaru. Spoilers.
Yeah.
Like the Japanese like the original Naruto, Orochimaru is Ursula.
It's crazy. Like,
Sora's my favorite Disney princess vibes.
Naruto is my favorite Disney villain.
ours too. Chat, what's your favorite Disney movies?
Yeah.
Bonnie, what's your favorite?
Favorite Disney movie?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Here, Disney Renaissance.
We're vibing here.
Okay, yeah.
Disney Renaissance.
Toy
Ooh,
Story 3.
That's Pixar. That's not Disney Renaissance.
That is
Oh, that
Pixar.
doesn't count?
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Well, Disney Renaissance is like Mulan territory.
Okay,
and,
Disney
like,
Renaissance
Beauty and the
era.
Beast.
Aladdin or Hercules, probably.
Very
Hercules
good.
is my favorite.
Hunchback, I'd say, is my favorite.
Hunchback is so good. Also, my favorite all-time Disney movie is Treasure Planet.
Yo,
It's a
Treasure
top tier.
Planet's underrated.
Yes.
Treasure Planet, I will tell every person about Treasure Planet I've ever met. I will. That and Tron Legacy. That's my favorite movie. Period.
I love Tron.
So I'm very upset by its representation to John Distance.
And not nearly enough people talk about Treasure Planet.
Absolutely.
Really. Truly.
Truly.
That and Atlantis: Last Empire.
Drax said the Goofy movies. Yes.
Movie
Ratatouille is a
movies
good
also.
one.
I used to do a bit during Hades Escape where I started a strat that I would use Goofy because Donald doesn't really do anything during that, and I would play eye to eye from a Goofy movie during that fight because of it.
It was magnificent.
And I a number of times for chat did like sing along, which is it's a really hard song, so that was. a good
Oh, yeah.
time.
This, like at 100 Acre Wood, this wasn't meant to be done all in one go. That's why we keep getting knocked out of the world. And then it says, you have to have this. Oh, look, you have this.
Yeah, it wants you to have Magnet, then Magnera, then Thundaga.
And Drive 5.
And Drive 5, that's true. That's for this,
Yes.
I think, right?
Specifically this, yes.
Yeah.
It really is so much better Japanese.
See? Subarashi.
I think what he just says under the sea there.
Yep.
It's so
I
funny.
know.
Like,
Yeah, shoutouts to Sebastian.
Yeah.
bro,
That. Oh,
it's weirdly pleasant. Like,
yes. Oh, I forgot to make him clap. I was looking at chat. I was thinking about this right here.
Run 3 hours in.
Fun fact: if you are like trying to like try to win this minigame and stuff, it is surprisingly demanding of a score you need on like that bar. You'd think like the game would give it to you at like 60%. You need like an 80 or like over 80% of it. Like,
Ariel needs to be like at the land, yeah.
yeah, I have lost to this minigame by the end of it, like in rando before. Yeah, it's literally like 3.5 minutes.
Call it marathon vibes or something, but usually I'm humming or singing like all the time, and I've done pretty well to have that be like my first time where I just broke.
The stimming came back.
Alright, so first we have to let Ariel go up into dry land. Now we have to go check on her. And now we get to fight her.
Sebastian's so impatient. It's been like a second. Come on, Sebastian. Let her have a moment. You know what? Never mind. She had a second and she she made the sea witch a god. Maybe she shouldn't be given much time for it.
Yeah, that escalated quickly.
I do unironically like this song. It's really like
I do too.
Funny.
And you said that's Naruto.
That's Naruto.
Yeah,
that's Orochimaru.
Japanese
Yeah.
Naruto.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so wild.
If you listen, like if you've recently watched Naruto, you probably can immediately catch it. If you watch the Japanese dub. Hulu still, I don't think, has all episodes of Shippuden English dubbed available, so the last few have Orochimaru just like being goofy or whatever. So like I heard him speak in Japanese, and then I did this, and I'm like, oh my god, they're the same person. Yatta! Canonical murder! Yep.
Sorry, mommy, your poopsies are toast. That is a line in this song. It's coming up in a moment. Sympathize. Right, we're with you all the way.
Sora's way more intense saying that line in JP.
Yeah.
Haley Joel Osment's like, right, we're with you all the way.
And I was like, yeah! Go team!
Here it is. Your poopsies are toast.
I hate the way that Haley Joel Osment says that line. It actually makes me kind of like... And I'll say, unlike the previous minigame, this one is so difficult to fail.
Yeah.
Because you can have like 10% of the health bar left. When I was a kid,
25.
I was like, maybe there's a part of the health bar that like is barely a sliver or something. I'm gonna keep playing.
So you cleared Ursula. I can't believe it.
Believe it!
Yeah, you think the world's done, right? Oh no, another 3-minute song? Oh, cool.
No, we were doing a Naruto bit.
We're making a funny.
God, do we? Rando player. Oh God.
Typical rando
Yeah.
player.
Can't
How's it
believe I
going?
missed the first one. It's fine.
Let's go with you. Speedrunner.
You barely have to do anything for this one either, like score requirement.
I forget what score you get at the beginning that you could just let go.
24-5, I think.
I was 22.
Because you get, well,
all the Sebastian ones.
yeah, you
are
get all the
don't do
Sebastian ones.
anything.
Yeah, exactly. So technically, I can be done,
definitely are.
but I'm gonna keep going anyways, because why not? Also, Donald
Also,
will give you sing,
everyone
yeah.
can actually sing
Yeah.
in this version.
Including Flounder.
Yep.
Thank God.
But they do kind of a bit in the English version, but in this one he just has a good voice, so it's really nice.
Oh. $24,000 minimum. There you go. And that one gives you 15,000, and so does this one. So you could technically win this off of 2 inputs. Right there. That's my score requirement, if I did nothing else. Thank you, Flounder. And I'm overachieving with my button mashing.
I was gonna say.
So, I learned from my
I don't think
Wabi.
I've ever made it to 100k.
Oh, 127k is my best. I'm not hitting that today.
What are you doing for a Wabi?
I learned from a Wabi how to properly mash. Cause he runs Wind Waker,
Yeah.
and with what's the trick called with the boat? You need to mash in that game, for their swimming. So I learned how to 2-thumb mash from him. Shoutouts to Wabi, another KH runner, JP's side. And yeah, now it's just cool. No, it's not Zombie Hover. The boat stuff in Wind Waker, the swimming, whatever.
See, I just mash by vibrating my arm against my controller.
There you go. Okay, so now we get to continue on with the story.
Yeah, remember the final world that we were in like 45 minutes ago?
Now we're actually gonna finish it. Not pumpkin, sorry. Rumbling Rose. I'm just gonna double check everything that is good here. You're not good. I'm glad I checked. Super Swim, sure. If that's what it's called, I couldn't remember. Regardless, mashing. Learn from Zelda runners.
So the fun thing about the strat and beginner and this category is you don't need to worry about over damaging.
I'm not gonna over damage because I'm gonna do final form.
Yeah, this is another way you can sound like a boss.
Oh, that's okay.
It's fine. He'll do another one.
There we go.
It's not a.
What I was trying to do was reset with another fire, but the fire didn't hit perfectly because I messed it up. So he just did another attack sequence, and then I just went back into the combo.
It is also more tight on 60 and 120 FPS.
Yeah, it is. Pumpkin. There we go. A little bit of movement.
Gives you the final form for movement because we have glide 3 in this form.
Okay.
Actually, we don't have. Are we final 5 yet?
Yeah, we're 5.
Yeah, we're final 5. Yeah, you have 7 gauge.
Go.
I didn't remember what you get in transport.
All good. Oh, I don't level up anymore for the forms.
Oh.
Now we got Luxord.
It's crazy that you don't level up limit at all in this category. Outside of what you already do.
Right, exactly.
You just go off of limit 2 the entire time.
There's probably something I could do, but...
There's definitely places you can just add Ragnaroks, but it would be potentially slower than what you're already doing.
Just gonna do that. We're so juiced up right now that I can pop limit form super early and do the DM skip real nicely. I forgot I don't have finishing plus yet, so I couldn't do Ripple Drive to be funny. I wanted to do Ripple Drive to be funny. It's okay. That was still exactly what we want. Prep Final Form. I'm also going to prep Blizzard while Syx goes Berserk here. Gonna do another Gold Crown specific strat. Another one that Sonic found. Oh, that's okay.
What was...
So I do RBR to get the double Blizzard, but I'm just going to do something a little bit different with my damage now. Okay, we're good. We actually might not be good. I just forgot. That was a whole reflect, I think. No, we're good, we're good. Yeah, I messed that up still. I didn't do the single fire. That's okay. I will drive recovery here. So what happens is if you do those Firagas perfectly, you have 0 gauge on your form, but you still get the kill, and you don't revert if you do it correctly. I did not do it correctly. So I just have to, at the cost of these drive recoveries right here. It's okay.
You could have just used one and then gone into a forum.
That's smart. That would have been smart. It's fine. I have them. I have so many recoveries, man. I'm gonna get more.
I know.
I'm gonna get 4 more.
There's still more, yeah.
Does he get 2 per mushroom? Alright, so we're gonna do a strat here that I was able... it was a community effort, but I, like, made it specific for this. Hold on, because he's a butt. We are using some silly geometry to basically skip that building event. I'm gonna do 2 combos here. And then... one more. Done.
That's called full building skip.
We skipped the building.
Normally he would open that fight with a building RC, and there was already building skip, which because he's supposed to do it at the end of the fight too, but we did full building skip because he skipped the beginning one and the end one.
Okay, a little bit more menuing here. Explosion, we'll put on high jump. And now we go into final fights. Poorly named for this situation. Normally you do that really cool RC where you slice through the buildings, but that's actually slower than doing this.
Yep, because we have glide.
Because we have glide! Now we're gonna skip.
Okay, we still get to slice through some here.
We get to slice through 1 here. Or 2, rather, because 2. And we get hit by that one if I don't reflect it. And then we slice through this, or 2, and then a 3rd one. Okay. Now these exploders will just die to a hit of a magnet. So we just throw some magnets up into the air.
And Riku has built-in ethers.
Riku has 2 built-in ethers. We let him throw 1 to us so that we don't have to use one, even though it's more of just muscle memory from any percent in all worlds, because we don't want to use our own ether right there. And I'm timing these magnets specifically so that they kind of go in line with the spawns of the exploders. And now we still have Magic Lock on. So we're going to do some fun things with that. We're going to quick push this phase by throwing 2 Final Form magnets, because that skyrockets the RV of the core to push this phase. And then we're going to throw an Ether, which does RV, and a magnet, which pushes the next phase. Do these Final Form Firagas again. See what these guys do. And then we're going to revert, go Duck Flare, and then just shred. 2 Ethers so that we have them for the next fight. Now we got Armored Xemnas 1. That did not hit, that's fine.
Yeah, he hits late.
I know. Yeah, it's still fine. I effectively didn't lose time to that. It's just so
Like I
fast.
mentioned earlier, you also are entirely invulnerable during your when you're using limit.
Yeah. Okay, so Dragon's Xemnas, the thing that rando players hate. We have that ability called Combo Master, which is let's just continue combos even if we're not hitting anything. We're using that paired with Riku's laser and drain attacks, which is our square and circle attacks, to basically reset our finishers. So I could do it with the base hits as well, but if I pop a finisher and then use a laser or a drain, I can continuously do finishers forever with our finishing plus ability as well. It's Combo Master and finishing plus, forgot to say. To just basically kill these exploders on contact every time. That
So
should be it.
this mechanic here of like using that to extend your combo has been known since the very beginning, and it was only like a number of years ago that we figured out that you could actually do that with Riku's Dark Aura and stuff in normal fights,
Yes, that too.
which we will see being used in the next fight.
Oh yeah, and we also call Dragon's Xemnas Blue Eyes White Dragon because, I mean, come on.
Just look at it.
Yep.
Other viable ones are Stardust Dragon, Blue Eyes Shining Dragon, I don't know. Blue Eyes Jet Dragon, because I think that's a card, right?
That sounds like something that would exist in Yu-Gi-Oh! Some fusion.
It looks like Kaiba's Jet, which is really funny.
Yeah.
It's like it's not a fusion, I don't think, but still, I digress. We just have to kill these wings now, and then we'll push forward. The phases are auto scrollers, but the faster we knock things into the wings and body pieces, the faster this pushes. That should be it. Yep. Right now I'm not doing finishers just to give us like a few extra chances, like quicker hits to like in case I need to parry a rocket. Doesn't really matter on beginner because we're so high health and like low damage, but like on crit and stuff like that, it's really nice to not die to that. And we saved our Mega Laser so that on specific phases just to get those ones faster. Just optimal routing is mainly the reason. Okay, now the dude's in his chair again. And we're going to be doing some fun stuff with Magic Lock-On shortly. So that's our Dark Aura, like... Oh, I was mashing.
Nice.
I got caught mashing. It's okay.
So hit the HP gate.
I know it's on session right now. There we go. We hit his HP gate. He throws us back. It's going to happen multiple times. Twice in Final Mix. But
We have to do this RC to get out of this phase in the first place.
and the way we get back to him really quickly is we throw a Thunder to give him a target, and then we Trinity to him. It just teleports us because we use the Thunder, because Magic Lock-On gives us a new target. And then our game is like, okay, you have a target now, you can use Trinity and go to your target, because Trinity locks on to whatever you have and teleports over. Now we know where the building placements are, so we use aerial dodge to get up as high as we can. We grab this one while all these RCs, while this RC happens. I prep my my magic in limit, and we're gonna do it one more time. Once he's set, Thunder Trinity. It can be any magic, but Thunder hits him. And we're gonna pop magic or ethers. Explosion, guard break. This fight is so
That
cool.
was so poggers.
Oh my god.
So poggers.
There you go. I was like, that wasn't correct. Now final zone. That strat is called Dancing with the Devil, made by Insert Logic. Just extra reflect damage. And then we're gonna just pop Limit Form. Ars Arcanum into Zantetsuken, into another Ars Arcanum. And he's dead. Well, he's not dead. He has to do the dome. We can't skip the dome, Mr. Rando player, because this story.
Diets faster.
Diets fast. So yeah, that's GG's. Thanks for coming to my my showcase of this game. Super great. Yeah.
That's totally it.
Totally it. Yeah.
For sure.
Have nothing more to do.
Casually 50 minutes over us.
Yeah.
Don't worry about
Yeah.
it. Yeah, this is totally the end of the game.
What? Are you telling me there's more to this game? Oh wait, I'm supposed to get the gold crown. That's right.
I was gonna say, you don't have any of the crowns.
I don't have any of the. Yeah, you're right. My bad. I don't have any of the crowns.
This category is called Gold Crown.
But
What is he, stupid? Like, what does he think is here? This quote, Soren KH1, you're stupid.
you're stupid. Best line read.
It's the best line read in all of Kingdom Hearts.
It is.
Well, that and Woody Cage 3.
Whatever you're talking about, I don't care. Bust back and get lost.
Well, I guess no one ever loved you.
My guess is no one's ever loved you before.
Yeah, Woody says that to young Xehanort.
Greatest stuff. All right, GG's. Whoop. No, I'm just kidding. No, we have more to do.
That is the end of the base game. We are skipping the credits here through PC modded being cool.
Saves us over 20 minutes. Don't have to worry about it. We immediately just get to create our save file and then load back into that save file and do all of post-game, which we'll be finishing Mushroom 13, Data Org 13, and Lingering Will. Not in that order.
Which, well, it does save us 20 minutes. And also, altogether, PC modded saving over 45 minutes. Everything like, wow, that seems like almost insane. It's like, however, we now have to do a 4-hour run with no breaks, and
Technically, I can run during an Atlantica song and
yes.
take a bathroom break, but I didn't do that.
Yeah, memes aside, we are less than an hour away from finishing off this run for realsies.
We're honestly like
That means
35 minutes away, maybe 40 minutes.
35. Oh my goodness. Yes, time is running out real quick, people. So if you want to see that final fight against Sephiroth, we need to hit $3,500. We are $3,120 there. We are getting close. That is $380 away. If chat, if you each donated $5, if each one of you gets on that train, which I think is still rolling down those tracks, Sephiroth is in the conductor's chair. He's making the choo-choo noises. If that isn't a mental image that's gonna motivate you to see that fight, I don't know what is. But exclamation point, donate in chat. Let's get those donations in now. If you want to see that final fight, let's do it for the pups.
For the pups.
Nice, perfect score.
Quick mushroom one there. That one doesn't show up until we actually complete Final Xemnas, because that is Xemnas' mushroom. And now we're gonna move on to Disney Castle. There's some weird.
This is a little treat here.
Weird giant portal over here, but we're not gonna worry about that just yet.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Don't worry about that for like another minute.
Mickey just has that.
Mickey just has that. Yeah.
He's the king. He can have a weird giant portal in his room. Like, it's not a big deal.
Okay. Gives us a few more.
Control a bit there.
Yeah.
So now we're going to be approaching this. This is the secret boss of Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. Of course, any of the Final Mix versions have a secret boss that you have to face. I guess I won't spoil who this is if you want to play Kingdom Hearts, but this boss is called the Lingering Will, or Lingering Sentiment, or Enigmatic Soldier. There's like 11 different names for this boss. Well, we aren't going to be seeing much of the boss, frankly, because this will be the true showing of the Peter Pan Stunlock. If Podgy does not mess up these combos here, then this is all you will see for the entire fight. And I'm going to stop talking now to let him have his rhythm.
Dang. I might have. I'm just.
It's incredibly tight.
Yeah, I don't know where we are in terms of damage, so I'm just gonna die and reset it. It's okay. Yeah! Oh!
No, this is fine. What do you mean? He's also doing an extra attack, which means he might. Well, I probably would.
That's fine. Oh, that's fine. I get
That's
a...
okay.
Yeah.
The Pan does give you 1 free revive, but the auto life will no longer happen now for this summon.
Oh,
Yeah,
he bites
he's gonna-
again.
Yeah, he's gonna bite again until you can get him.
There it is. Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
That
the
laser
laser stun locked me, and I tried to deal with both at the same time, and I couldn't. That's fine.
Yeah.
We'll go again.
Lasers with bike is the worst phase.
Yeah.
This boss is fairly well designed
Very.
until he gets on his bike, which he's doing again.
You are how many levels under leveled?
A lot.
50. About 55. Like there, like I was gonna say, there are people that will be level 99 and still spend days on this boss.
Of course I messed it up at the end. It's fine. This I can fix.
That's okay. That's okay. You can just duck flare.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I just gotta wait him out a little bit.
Yeah.
There he is.
So we get to see his DM, which is really really flashy and interesting. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the issue.
I was hoping that would hit him, but it did not. That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do this.
You might DM again.
He is gonna DM again. I know that. His RV is in.
No,
Oh,
he's not. It is a choice. But at the end of that, you will have him right here.
okay.
Nice. Yeah,
Let's
that
go.
horror slash does keep him stun locked long
Yeah.
enough.
I was just waiting for him to
So-
do that enough times and then just hit him.
Yeah, it's 4.
Yeah. There.
Such a Podgy's fight.
That.
Like, even with a cheese strat, it is genuinely really difficult. It is a rhythm, and it is so specific.
Yeah.
Like, people will hark on that and be like, oh, you're, like, not even interacting with the fight. It still takes a surprising amount of skill, and sometimes genuinely still luck.
Yeah. And then. like I have to like. It's the pressure of we are 3.5 hours into this run and like up against hard times and stuff like that. Why am I not going final form? Like there's a lot that goes into it. So I mean, at least I got a second try, and then we still saved the fight with Duck Flare.
Which we're now entering, in my opinion, the greatest piece of the game added from Final Mix, which is the Cavern of Remembrance, and then something even more impressive afterwards. This adds a few platforming sections, which people complained about the original Kingdom Hearts 2. Removed all the platforming from Kingdom Hearts 1, ironically, to combat how much people hated the platforming in Kingdom Hearts 1. But this was a very well done dungeon.
Oh, that's fine. I'm just gonna do this.
Yeah.
So Magic Lock-On allows us to basically traverse the Cavern of Remembrance like this, because these orbs have targeting. Saves us a ton of time.
Yes, it does, especially this one up here.
Yeah. That's the second cavern fight. Now we gotta get up to the transport of Remembrance. I can speak.
So I hear.
Okay, get right here, and then we're gonna aerial dodge. Fire.
Oh, I haven't seen that start. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's really neat. So now we are in the Transport Remembrance, which is a bunch of hyped up, strong versions of nobodies, but we're still a beginner and we're still like relatively leveled.
Yeah, but we do need to get a few levels, so we're gonna be combining our experience boosts. We have 2 of them on right now, so that we can.
Which we do need to be careful not to get too low, because if you go on critical HP, Genie will heal you.
Yeah. There we go. So I'm literally at 50% health right now.
Yeah. Yeah. So we talked earlier about how Magnet, when you're being pushed in and out of it, just does insane damage. Final Form Genie, he just does so much there.
I was supposed to do one more.
This is kind of scary. Oh, this is kind of scary.
So more survive than normal. That's fine. Yeah, we're good to go. Might be low on ethers, we'll see. Oh,
cool.
I thought that would kill him. It's fine. I can just do this. Yep. What is he doing? What a silly goose. Get over here, man.
Yeah, we're using a lot of ethers.
Okay, we're good now.
Yeah. He's not using as many tuning limits here, just because they aren't as effective on the Berserkers, just since they aren't really caught in the magnet as much. Yeah, okay, so now he needs to get hit.
And
that was a very easy thing to take damage to. Very lucky with that dice appearing when it did.
There we go. And we're already level 48, which means I do not have to worry about any sort of EXP boosting right here.
Because there's no way you don't gain a level in this fight.
Exactly. And then we're going to put on guard. We're going to take off experience boost. No, sorry. Well, I'm going to keep it on just for the moment. We're going to take off magic lock on and put on fire boost.
Because the run factors in that you might have experience boost on in this fight if you don't have the XP. But we did get a heal here, so it's unlikely we'll even get to utilize it anyway. But
there you go. Nice. Force that hit. That's fine. A little bit of whirly-goop to clear this wave and also get all my drive back. And I time it perfectly so that I don't get a weird bug with these Dragoons that make them go invisible.
Yep.
How did all those reflex miss? Fine. Okay. Nice.
And another magnet whirly goof.
And now we're in the final final stretch of this.
Yeah, these will be like procedurally spawning the rest of the wave instead of waiting until the very end. But this is the last two enemies here. It's like 4 separate sorcerers, so it's hard to tell if you're at the last 2 or if you're at the last 3.
And that's it.
But yeah, so that's transport. Very well done.
All right.
And Podgy's now at the very start of a rando scene.
Oh my god. Hold on, got some menuing to do before we proceed to the ultimate boss rush here.
Yeah. This is the meat and potatoes. This is what we're here for. This is the crowd pleaser of this run. This is 13 super bosses of every org member we've dealt with thus far.
And I do want to say, yeah, Iwabi found that transport 3 strat.
Yeah. These fights intend to be at level 99, and we're level 49. So this fight here, we're making great use of that reflect slapshot reflect or RSR technique we talked about earlier, using Combo Master.
Yeah.
This is this is DM. He's just gonna tank it and then go into Lima for him. And this should bring him very close to the...
I'm waiting for him to do long combo again. There it is.
He's about to DM.
Come on, you will. Come on.
This is crazy.
He's being a silly butt. He's got to eventually. Wow, you just don't wanna.
He's stalling for the Sephiroth fight.
He is.
This is absurd.
I've never seen him. Okay.
There we go. My goodness, I've never seen it take that long.
Oh my god, and then I mess it up anyways. It's fine. I'll just do... I have to take building.
You can do hard slashes.
Yeah. It's fine. I'll take building. Yeah, we're good. Because I'm gonna get plenty of drive from the beginning of Finals M. Data
Yep.
Finals M.
Which, Data Finals M is my favorite fight in this game. To play, to watch, to play high tool, to play low tool. It is so much better designed than the actual final boss. It's so frustrating to me. Because there's so many things that are so consistent in this version that aren't the case in the original.
First on putting on pumpkin. There we go.
Which we finally have a finishing plus of our own just on Basaurus. We can finally use this Keyblade without any worry about finishers. doing the Dancing with the Devil strat again, but doing it later in the fight, so it is a little more tricky, but this fight can be very scripted if you understand it. In laser phase, but it's much faster. There's like no downtime between them, but we're just taking some damage just so we can make sure to get as much reflect damage as we can. Now here we can get another punish, which we can't even get in the original fight. That's okay. We'll just do another laser set. We're so close. Okay, it's fine. We'll get it right here.
Oh, of course that missed. It's fine. What's he gonna do? Oh, he's gonna do this. Yep, yeah. I was just double checking. Got him.
And now he's all set up to dome again.
That was best RNG without manipping for the opening. He can either give us orbs or vines, and we want nothing but orbs
the entire time.
Yeah, before doing grab sequence. So that was fantastic.
Yeah, usually he will, or not usually, he can choose to either do orbs to start up a grab by teleporting away, or to do the vine retaliation, which the orbs let us get more reflects in, so it's just more damage per second. So, got trolled a bit in some places, especially by that previous fight, but still very well done fight.
I got a little too much adrenaline going right now, so I'm...
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
Shake it out. Shake it out. You got another 40 seconds of this cutscene.
I know. The physiology really affects your ability to play video games sometimes.
For sure.
Yeah, reminder. 4 hours, no breaks. We're just
going, man.
Can we get some love in the chat for Podgy for like just steamrolling through this 4-hour run?
Appreciate it. Thank you. We're not done. Like this is the first of 13.
This is the first one. It's just crazy to start on finals on this.
It's just optimal with menuing to start with him. Legitimately, that's why we start with him.
And you could be making him play even longer if we hit that incentive for the Sephiroth fight. ! Donate in chat.
Alright.
Alright, this is the Roxas. This is a lot of people's favorite fight to watch.
This one's fun.
It is a little bit harder than a lot of people have already seen it because it uses limit form really heavily, and our limit form can be up to level 7. It's only level 2 because it's just kind of a chore to level up. It only levels up with every limit, and the threshold for a lot of the later levels is absurdly high.
I did mess that one up. It's okay. Yep, that's fine. I'm gonna be under damage, but I can just get damage at the end. No big deal. Yeah, that's fine.
This is something you didn't even get to see in the original fight, but this could happen there too, where you steal his Keyblades, and it powers up all of your limits and all of your general attacks as you're seeing here. So, it looks so cool with these limits. Nice.
Oh,
he's being incredibly... Ooh, that's not good.
Yeah, that's bad. It's fine. Yep, that's fine. Yeah.
You need to glide this. You were not going to be able to...
No, I'm going to reset the fight because I want to show it off.
For the fans.
Yeah, my brain was like, yeah, just one right there. I'm like, wait, no, not one right there, and by then the R's was over. That's okay. Yeah, I'd rather show off the fight for what it is, not try and fix it. There's other fights that I know I'm going to probably have to fix, and this is not one of them that I want to do. Man, it's fine. I'm gonna...
So, Roxas can do a couple different things, and mainly doing a combo or this. So, Podgy is doing a react guard on the off chance that's what he picks, so he doesn't have to, like,
I'm gonna
wait.
Or anything. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna take the damage here. Yeah.
I've never gone for second RC before.
Oh, that's...
Oh.
Yeah. I needed to reflect immediately. I was misreading his RV right there. Of course. It's okay. This is what happens sometimes, and that's okay. You get the yips sometimes.
Reminder, these are post-game super bosses that assume that he's level 99.
There we go. There we go. Now we're good.
Yeah, that timing is very tight.
Yeah. And when you're trying
Crazy.
when you're trying to read your own like how you're interpreting time, it makes things weird.
Yep.
There we go.
Yeah, that is so like optimized and well timed there to make sure that you have enough time to do the extra R's. Delays there to make sure that he gets all the damage he can. Right there, and all the delay is so good. If he does that R's too early, Roxas will be slightly in the air. That's okay.
There we go.
So great fight.
Be so much easier if we had level 3 limit form, but I have not routed
Yes,
that yet.
it would.
It's possible, that's fine.
I have a couple ideas.
I do too. We'll talk.
We'll talk. This one, we didn't see the minigans very much. We saw it a bit on the Gamblers. This is a reaction test. It is so much faster.
We'll get more reaction tests in just a moment. We want to break his phase. Or push his phase, rather.
There is a rhythm to it that you kind of just, like, get into your head. It can be very easy to screw up, but you kind of just develop your own timing for it.
This guy.
Yeah, this is RNG if he does a minigame or does the cards, just like the original fight.
Shine! JP looks and just tells Sora to die.
Classic.
Classic.
I mean, he's a little desperate at this point. Because it's the desperation move.
That one's really
You're
fast, and I'm not
Foster,
thinking
how do
about
you
it.
love any of those ones?
It's fun.
Nah, I'll just do that.
So there was
There's two-strap.
There was one time in a run where I like forgot how to pause buffer, like my brain forgot how to press options. So I did without pause buffering get that RC, the final one. And I was just like, oh okay, I guess we're gaming. Not Tiraga. Oh my god. That would have been funny. Alright, Data Axel, very different from original time when we fought him with Roxas.
Yeah, this is... I love this fight. Like, there's people that don't like this fight very much. I really like it. But as you can see, while he's on this fire floor, Podgy's slowly losing health, and he will go down to 1 HP, so that this fight, no matter how well statted you are, effectively one-shots you.
Good fight.
Yeah. Podgy's also doing the strategy where he did early lizards there, which is more damage, but is a lot harder to time.
And also, Axel will not die until you do that RC and get rid of the fire
Yes.
off of the floor. So that's why we do that there.
but he's consistently loopable while the fire floor is out, so we don't bring the fire floor away until we know we'll be able to kill him.
Yep. Alright, now this is the one that's gonna be either really cool or really terrifying.
Is it Vexen?
No, Larxene.
Oh.
Well, Vexen
Sorry,
also.
that could be applied to a few.
Fair. No, Larxene. Yep.
Yep.
That's okay. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
it didn't hit her. Oh, I didn't mean to do comment. I meant to do duck flare. It's fine. Hold on. Yeah, that's fine. We might die here. Yep, we're dead here. That's okay. So, Larxene can either backpedal or side pedal, and when she side pedals, it gets really weird. And right there, things did not hit correctly, which is fine. There we go.
Yeah, that is absurdly tight of a reflect flash that reflects.
There we go.
So, this strategy is actually called item toss.
I got it.
Where, yeah, he's good. Yeah, we just melt her there.
So because there's two of her, they both take damage there. And Comet does a lot of damage, and it's kind of like super damage amplification, I guess we can call it. But basically she just gets annihilated, and that's what I wanted to show and be cool about. No menu here. It's also a DM skip.
Yes, it is. Larxene actually has 2 DMs. So it's so funny because this is this lets us do an RC that actually does do a decent amount of damage, but we make so much better use out of using Comet because Comet, the reason it doesn't do a lot of damage normally is because it hits enemies out of it. So when the boss is super armored and will just eat all the damage, it does a lot of damage.
Perfect.
Using more final fires here, just to not hit our V. Using a fire just to stagger him long enough for us to menu to the duck flare. Nice.
Woo. Wow, your extended warranty is in sterling condition.
Yes, it is. 49
GGs.
years.
I will admit,
Set for life.
I will admit the data fight for Marluxia is actually a little bit easier than the Absent Silhouette one. I don't know why that is, it just is. I did not put on Pumpkin. That's fine.
We get to improv.
No, I just have to duck flare at the end instead of being cool.
It's okay, at least we saw it on AS.
Yeah. Never mind.
Easy. We always trust Goofy.
I looked at the damage, I'm like, who needs combo boost?
I guess that saves your menu.
That's,
All right, that's fight number what now?
1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 maybe now?
That's
7, yeah.
8 if you
So
count David. Is that
we are over halfway through these final boss rush fights here. Then we still need to get that train rolling if we want to see that Sephiroth fight. Right after this, there's really not much time left. We are coming down to the wire here, folks.
Yes, we
so
are.
if we want to see that, we gotta just get your donations in now. Exclamation point, donate in chat, doing it for the pups. It's a spectacle of a fight. If you think these are incredible, just wait till you see the Sephiroth fight. It will be worth it, I assure you.
Hold on. There. Oh, I didn't get it.
Yeah.
So he got out of the corner, which means I get DM'd here. Or I'm going... Well, I'm gonna die here because...
You haven't hit it yet.
I haven't hit it yet, but he's level 5 Anti-Sora, so I'm just gonna die and showcase it. Yeah. So he popped out of the corner a bit because of my combo there. I should have just done a final form fire, or Sora, base Sora fire to get my damage. That's okay. We'll be okay. Oh, fuck.
I can't believe you got that out of time.
Well, the problem now is that... Okay. Yep. Now it's a DM.
Close.
Yeah, that was so close. I almost got it. Like, I messed it up, and then I did one less Firaga on...
What Pod's trying to do here is... Vexen has a hard HP gate. Most DMs you can skip if you get past it. Vexen, when he reaches this HP threshold, he will automatically use his DM no matter what. You cannot, quote-unquote, cannot skip it. However, if he tries it while Anti-Sora is out in the field, he will instead bring a shield back to try to bring Anti-Sora back. So if you get to that threshold while Anti-Sora is out, he spawns the shield and you quickly dispose of Anti-Sora, he can't call him back, so you then skip the DM.
There it is.
Yep, there we go. That is DM skip.
Okay.
It's so crazy because it doesn't look like you did that much, but it's so technical.
Yeah, and he kept getting out of the corner, which makes it terrifying. That's why I was a little bit worried about that one, but we're okay. Photon debugger, and we're going to take off these abilities because we don't need them anymore. We took off Donald's Comet and Goofy's Whirly Goof.
This is also an incredibly technical fight. Most people probably used to use Final Form Fire just like the AS one, but this, that's what we do now. So, this is all hitting very specific HP gates at certain times, so then it comes down, he does immediately put us into the book. And I don't understand how this works. I still don't. It's been a long time. Well, I know that this crumbles. I understand that.
I got to do one more.
Why this entire strat works.
Okay. We're hitting his HP gates in such a way that he isn't immediately doing book worlds. I don't fully understand, like, why it happens. I just know, like, when you hit, like, the final form explosion that we do that damages Zexion pushes his phase perfectly, so that we don't get that instance of book world. But basically we skipped any chance of Zexion to mess with us there. Okay.
This is really tough. I'm gonna be quiet for this one.
The next two are...
Yeah, they're the same strat.
Ah, that's okay.
That's the DM.
Yeah, I know.
So what Podgy is doing here, so he's basically utilizing a property of horizontal slash that, assuming you can keep doing horizontal slashes, you can keep a boss unlocked. There's actually a cheese strat called Berserk Charge Horizontal Slash, or with Janie that you can do that with, where you can just spam horizontal slash and end a fight. Granted, by I say spam, it is the timing, it is very difficult. But what he's doing, he's doing that, but he doesn't have that ability. He's then using.
Can you be on the ground? Thank you.
Yeah, he's then just using Duck Flare to just make up the rest of that, where he's delaying that fourth horizontal slash because the Duck Flare automatically does a few hits, so that he can use all of it. Yes, you cannot summon in this fight, but I'm saying just that strategy in general can be used with Genie.
Yeah. Now we do it again, and this one's a bit scarier just because of messing up.
He'll kill you if you mess up.
Basically.
So let the strat speak for itself.
No.
That's okay.
I'm gonna try and break him out of this. We'll see what happens. I had a feeling this would happen when I messed up Zig. It's okay. So I want to get him to jump.
I say you could do this or just wait for an attack. Ooh. Okay, but he got good RNG. That is entirely RNG, which is why this fight sucks. He's gonna kill the final. Or not.
I messed up my... Oh, that's fine.
That's crazy. Don't do a reflect here or anything.
Yeah. I needed the ether, and I didn't know a good spot to do it, and then Donald died, and I'm like, okay, it's over. That's fine. Whew.
So the opening Podgy's doing here, when he's allowing him to retaliate, is to make sure that he's low enough, because throughout this strat, Zelda will keep gaining height.
I have to die.
You can't really reach him. Yeah.
Wait, I have 5. I don't have to die. I need him to...
That's easier to do chip damage.
Yeah, I know. Oh, now I have to die. There we go.
Yeah.
I forgot that. So when you die, your page goes to drives instead of on limits, and I forgot about that. Okay. Good. There it is.
Alright, yeah, that's the fight. It's incredibly tight.
So when he is not in that corner, it gets a little wonky because, like, his Zaldan's hit stun animation's really weird. So I did worry about that a little bit, and it eventually was my downfall. But it's fine because we got
Last
through.
two fights?
Last two fights.
The
The last
two
one will be
fights.
a decent like length.
Last two fights, and we have one more mushroom.
And
Too much.
regardless, if we want to see that Sephiroth fight, we still need to hit 3,500. So let's make some point, donate in chat. Let's make it happen. We have mere minutes to do it.
So we're using monochrome here for the actual item boost so that we can immediately get all of our MP back here. So we can just do this entire fight like this way. It basically makes ethers act like elixirs.
Yeah, that's Berserk. That's fine.
We're gonna see his DM. Pretty cool.
Not his full DM. Oh, it is his DM. Never mind.
I was gonna say after like the first 5 bars, he will DM.
There we go.
You don't need to dodge. You have invincibility on this one.
I always forget that. Of course that didn't hit correctly. It's fine. There we go. I'm gonna check my ether count really quick. I'll be fine with like 6.
Fine, you can just use the elixir.
Oh yeah. Oh, I have 8. I'm good.
Yep.
There's no more content after this fight, right?
No, there is one more mushroom, and then
No.
we have to go to the mushroom to get the final, like a different mushroom to get the final crown.
Okay.
Because right now we're on bronze crown. We're gonna get silver crown from finishing
After
this
this fight, we have like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. You heard it, folks. 2 minutes after this fight. That's not much. You want to see that Sephiroth fight? Gotta get those donations in now.
So what we're doing here is these water clones you can't actually turn into their note form with a regular hit. You have to use a blizzard or to put them in the note form. After that, you have to just use fires just to destroy it like normal.
Apparently he wants to go this way today.
So while you might think like, wow, the fight's basically over, even if you put on another 1 HP here, he will not end the fight until he gets to do his last set of water clones again. And the last wave here is going to be with 99 clones in 30 seconds. Which we're going to make much easier by using Duck Flare on top of fires, as well as having him in this corner here. It makes us be able to take care of these water clones much quicker, much easier, because they're basically spawning into our fires.
2 got away. That's fine. Oh, come on. The tease!
Yeah, so we're making quick use of all of this. Weird. Okay.
That's data
Okay,
work.
that is the last super boss.
GG's.
So now we just gotta do one last quick mushroom on the way to collect our prize.
And the final couple minutes of the final mix here.
Yeah, there is the silver crown.
If we have any snipers in chat who would like to see the Sephiroth fight, now is the time to shoot your shot. Exclamation point donate in chat.
A little bit of a fun fact. Prior to the 60 FPS being added in the PS4 version. Silver Crown was the highest crown you can get on level 1, because some of these mushrooms, you just needed to do enough damage, and level 1 couldn't cut it.
That's okay.
But nice.
Get it again.
But because of the 60 FPS change with that final form glide, we were now able to do enough damage to barely scrape it out on a few fights. So I can get Gold Crown on any difficulty.
There we go. That's our final mushroom. Now we just have to go to the 13th mushroom, which its requirement is that you complete
the rest of them.
The rest of them. That's literally what the requirement is.
The 13th, so it's only 12 minigames. The 13th is just to collect it. So time is coming up.
In just a moment, as soon as this light ball that happens here touches me, it's time. And time. Oh, man.
GG's. That was so Podgy's.
Oh my god.
Had to.
I know you had to. Oh man. That was,
What if we just did Sephiroth anyway?
What if we just did Sephiroth anyway?
I can't stop you.
You truly can't, can you? What if I just, like, drop a dono real quick? I can't do the whole thing. I'm not that, but like, what if I, the streamer, just drop 100 right now? Can I do it?
Is that enough motivation for you, chat, to see that great Sephiroth fight, the one that I've been hyping up as like the ultimate spectacle of this entire game? Is that going to be enough for you?
How about this? Let's just make a little deal with chat. Like we'll just trust that in the time that it takes to finish the fight, that they'll make up the rest.
That's right.
I can't okay this, but I'm also, like I said, I'm not gonna actually do that stuff.
I mean, I'm gonna donate it regardless, just because it was great to showcase this, and man, this was a blast, and I appreciate you guys having me on, and shoutouts to the entire KH community, basically pushing KH2 as far as it has, and Dewey for commentating, Sonic for optimizing so much of this category behind the scenes while I was on the sticks. I'm definitely not thinking of oh my god, that was not me. Someone else did that. Okay, well then I'm gonna do that. Hold on, because I did not put in this info.
Oh yeah, we just got an anonymous $200 donation. Well, thank you, anonymous. That's $80, but I don't know. We might have to move on.
Have to move on.
Might. Well, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, we weren't expecting that.
$70 left, I think.
Oh, yep. There's another $10 from anonymous. Then there's the Podgy's pledge there for 100. That's $70 left. Oh, what kind of menuing do we got here? Oh, it all seems very important for setting up for the Sephiroth fight. Hate for that to go to waste.
I'm just gonna hold on. I'm gonna do this.
Any more snipers?
I'm gonna walk slowly over here. Nowhere important, right?
Yeah, just a casual stroll.
This is our walk movement, by the way, in this video game. That's crazy. Nice AP, by the way. True. True. How are we not there yet?
Oh, we're hitting those dark depths. With only $70 to go. Oh,
what if I turn the corner?
I think I'm starting to hear the Latin lyrics. Oh, God, he's so scary. He's so scary.
Come on, Shy. It's right there. He's staring right at us.
Oh, look at that!
Well, what's he looking?
Oh my gosh!
Oh my god! It actually happened.
Anonymous donation. It is happening.
It's happening. Hold on. What's Sephiroth looking at? I just want to quickly see what he's looking at. So,
he's looking at that ruined castle.
Destroyed castle.
He just just admiring the devastation, just like the devastation chat just did to our goal there.
Appreciate
Blasting
it.
through it and getting that Sephiroth fight in clutch. Oh, so clutch. I am so proud of you, chat.
Okay, legitimately, it was fun to chill for that, but this was for the pups, and I appreciate you guys legitimately doing this. This is a ton of money for Go Rescue.
Every dollar donated here is going towards the Go Rescue Adoption Center.
That's wonderful.
And that's going to getting these pups a good home, getting them food, cleaning supplies, transportation, everything they're going to need to get a happy life. So thank you oh so much.
Alright, here's your prize, chat.
Well, I'm not sure we should tell you.
He's so cool.
What's more fun is they already know this is Sephiroth. He did a random cutscene earlier in the game.
And Donald's like, Sora, it's Sephiroth. I
It's
can't do it.
Sephiroth.
I can't do a duck voice.
I can't even. My dad can do a surprisingly good one.
Alright, we'll see what strats I can do here, but we'll just get through it.
RSR, come on.
I'll try RSR at first, yeah. It's okay.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
So, this opening phase here is pretty trivial for the most part. We're now in next phase, though, where he just basically tripled his moveset.
That's fine. I'm gonna pop a limit here, just to get my health back and do a little bit more damage. Never mind, because he fire pillared.
Yeah, you need to do an aerial spiral to get him.
Yeah, I forgot. This guy. Hold on. Yeah, there it is.
Sorry, this is like... This fight used to be like known as like my baby.
There you are. This guy. We're about to hit his HP gate.
Yeah, we're about to go into last phase.
There it is. Oh, he's... There it is. Oh, of course he did that. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Oh, you're not.
I'm gonna be...
It's fine, just wait.
Yep. I will be dead soon, though. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait this out.
Reflect Trinity? Oh my gosh, you went for it.
I mistimed it. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do it again. This time we'll have full magic. Yeah, I didn't want to use certain things early, but I had to, because I messed up something. That's okay. We'll do it again.
Remember, he's 50 levels under-leveled for this.
Well, to break your emerge, he's actually 30 levels under level for this boss.
Still.
This one's battle level 80 instead of battle level 99. It's actually the same battle level as Marluxia.
Yeah, this is fine.
Sephiroth is also tied for the reason, like, even though it's 90, or I mean, it's 20 battle levels off of Data's, but it's still so much health, is because Sephiroth is tied for the highest base HP in the game. Tied with, ironically, Prison Keeper.
That's fine. What a dude. I didn't catch him properly. That's fine. I'll just do this real quick and then aerial spiral.
Yep.
There we are. I just want to get him to his HP gate. That should be it. Yep.
Yeah, it's really tight to get him before he can do that.
Here we are. Okay.
Go look from here.
This should be fine. He should fire? Yep. Got him. Okay.
Alright, that is
Let's go.
The Whelming Angel has been slain.
GG's.
GG's. That,
See,
we'll call that first one me testing the waters, and then the second one just going
just
to
kidding,
town.
he's fine.
Just kidding.
He's fine.
Yeah, he's just like, oh, whatever, dude.
He's like, oh, you're not too bad.
Go find Cloud.
I still feel robbed that we didn't fight in the Games 3. I really was hoping.
Listen, Cloud and Sephiroth are in Smash Bros. Now. They're busy.
So was Sora. Sora went to go get him because they're busy.
Yeah, but that was later.
I can't believe they added Sephiroth and Smash into this game.
Yeah, you're right. So yeah, that's... Oh, I went first person to show you the gold crown. But yeah, that's what the gold crown looks like. Look how short Sora is, by the way. And then in final form, like, he's still floating and he's still at his shoulders. Like, he's floating off the ground and he's still at Sephiroth's shoulders. The dude's like 5'2" or something. But yeah, that's...
All I gotta say is big podgies.
That's
GG's, my friend.
Yeah, GG's. I've got no more shouts. I probably should have made a list, but if I missed anyone, my shout outs to my community because I forgot to shout them out as well. I appreciate you guys coming out and showing your support. And yeah, that's it for me.
So any shouts I have would be.
Oh yeah, dude, do you have
from the same
anything?
people. I gave most of my shouts that I was concerned about during the run when they were relevant. So
True.
big shouts to Podgy for putting on such an insane run. Like I said, it is not easy to put on this execution heavy of a run for this long with no breaks. It is daunting to say the least. There's a reason. Like for the record, not only does Podgy have the world record for this category, he's almost one of the only ones that really runs it. There are a few people that are starting to learn it, but it is just a very daunting task to put on. And Podgy's grinded this category out.
Yeah, I pushed it about 11 minutes, and I can probably push it another 2 or 3 if I give it the time of day. And I plan to.
Try to say 3 minutes in 4 hours.
And you saw how it went right now when we were in a marathon setting.
Absolutely. But yeah, anything else that needs to happen, I think we are all good here.
Yeah. And thank you, Bonnie, for hosting.
Of course. It was my absolute pleasure.
Yeah.
Hope to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, you hosted my previous one. You hosted this one. What's to say you don't host the next one?
Yeah, let's see. Let's see what the cards lay out for us.
Yep.
Maybe I'll submit to that one too.
Yes, you should.
I'd love to have you. Like, beef aside, this was a lot of fun. And this was,
yeah,
was
we're beefing,
good.
I
It was some
forgot.
good beef. That was some good beef.
You started frame 1, man. I didn't leave the tutorial world, and I was already getting strays.
Absolutely.
God.
Well,
All right. Well, that was such a Podger's way to end this marathon here. Thank you so much for Podgy and to Podgy for that fantastic send-off here for No Glitches Allowed 2025. We have raised over $3,500 in just 4 days for the Go Rescue Pet Adoption Center. Thank you so much for all of your donations and all of your support, making this yet another successful marathon for the Noga team. Shoutouts to all the staff and volunteers who made this marathon as slick and professional as it has been, and for giving me the honors of seeing us through the end here tonight. Means so much to me. Thank you so much. And with that, we're going to send you over to our staff for some final words here. I have been your host, Bonnie Dimples, and until next time, you have yourselves a good night, you stay safe, take care, and thank you so much for all your donations.